Uh,
And then Jess, I think the other thing we'll need to figure out is LinkedIn Live. Okay, so we're on Zoom or we're on YouTube. Okay.
It shows that we're streaming to YouTube
Okay.
for me.
Lovely. Okay, great. And then I think we're just gonna do YouTube. We're just gonna do YouTube.
I'm 100% aligned with that.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to add anything else. I think LinkedIn has done what it's done.
Uh-huh.
That's it.
Uh-huh. Okay, here's one thing I want to check because I'm going to, all right, let's see. All right, I'm gonna share. Oh, I want to pull this out. I think that's what we decided yesterday. Oh, Jess, what else did I have to decide today? I had to like set something, right? Um,
You mean the
Post.
bullets I made for you?
Yeah.
It was just about participant muting, I think was the last note I had sent you.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Whatever. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do.
Participants at the bottom, uncheck allow participants to unmute themselves, check mute all upon entry.
Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna share this, and then I want this to go like this, but I'm gonna go like this. Now, do you see my screen?
Yes,
Do you see the whole screen?
I do.
Okay, that's not what I want. Like you see the tab?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't want that.
But
Okay, so
you don't have that window maximized. Yeah. Okay, so now if you click slideshow,
why is this happening? Escape. Okay, hold on. Okay, slideshow.
now I cannot see your tabs.
Okay, but because I want to be able to minimize this.
Minimize what?
Like yeah, I want to be able to close this on on my side. Like I want you to just be able to see this.
I think that's the only way to do that is if you're sharing it slideshow, presentation mode. Or you stop sharing your screen for a second. Everyone sees the gallery of people.
Yeah,
Nothing
but
wrong
didn't
with
we do
that.
this yesterday where, oh, maybe it was this. No, it's not. Okay, let's see. I'm going to close this. I'm going to close that. Okay. I feel like we did this yesterday and I can't remember what we did.
Let me check my notes and see if I don't think I said anything else.
Oh
No.
shit. Because I want this. I want to keep this up. That's the th like this is the thing, one of the things I want to keep up.
I think you
So,
need another screen. I think you need to put the run of show on a totally different screen.
hey, honey,
Yeah, call
Mike,
Mike. Mike, we're gonna need that screen.
can you do me a favor?
Thanks, my
Can you please,
guy.
can you please bring me the screen from the other room? He's so happy. He's
You
smiling so
realize
big.
I was suggesting this days ago and your
I know.
stubborn ass wouldn't do it.
Well,
Now,
because I never do it.
I don't either, but I think that will help you be able to see things,
Yeah,
be able to
I
access what
agree.
you need to access, like put the run a show over there, put Slack over there, put whatever else you need over there so that
Yeah, I
you and
agree.
I can communicate on Slack if needed without
I was
people
gonna probably
seeing
just
it.
text like,
That's fine too. I have
yeah,
my friend put me on her cell phone plan, so I have a brand new iPhone to use.
hate you. Okay, I need to set this up.
Hate
Uh,
you.
okay, so one thing I was gonna ask you, what was I gonna ask you? What was I gonna ask you to do? Oh, code of conduct.
Mhm.
You share that link out into like at the beginning of every session.
Yes. Let me make a note. Hmm. Okay, share code of conduct at each session. Do you want me to say any little blurb with it? Something to the effect of, by participating in Rethink Ability, you
Sure.
agree. And
Yeah,
I can
sure.
just,
Yeah.
can I test it quick? Let's put it in the chat, text it. Let me
Mm-hmm.
find it. Let
Mm-hmm.
me PDF it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, 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 mm.
I might not be able to do this. I might just be on this one.
Why? I can't figure it out.
We might not have the cord that we need.
But he's got a 35 on his ACT. He can become the cord we need. No,
Could you imagine?
I'm looking for the code of conduct, and I'm only
Okay.
finding ones that have been signed. I need to find one that has not been signed. I need to maybe just download that from, what would we have called it if not code of conduct?
It
COC.
was code of conduct. No, it was fine. It was code of conduct. All right, hold on. What? How do I plug this into this? Also, look,
Hmm. Look
it's
at
just gonna
what?
start immediately. It's just I made it so it just starts
I
immediately.
can't hear her though right now.
Wait, what? You can't hear the
Mm-mm.
video?
Mm-mm.
Allow. Yes. Thanks, honey. Okay, so now I have to do this. Hi, Sherry. We're gonna start here in a few minutes. This one, right? Or no, this one probably.
Are you talking to me or Mike?
Like,
Okay.
oh, it thinks it's over there. Oh, okay. So probably this one over there, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is great.
So we do have the cord.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so we're gonna go like this. You can't hear this?
Hold on. No, I cannot.
Hey, Mike.
Do you need to mute yourself to hear for us to hear it?
This is doing something bad.
Oh,
Oh, is it just this? I think it's something must be. Okay, so when I play this, you can't hear it?
no. Do you have to share? Do you have to click on the share audio to all situation in the audio settings? Remember, there was like something like
Yeah.
that that we turned on.
Yeah. Was it in here? No, I don't think it was it?
If you click the little audio settings, if you down below where it says audio, your little microphone, if you right click the arrow up there and click into audio settings, I feel like there was something that said like share to all participants that we had turned on yesterday.
Wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, Jess, that looks great. Um, I don't know what I need to do. More?
Are you in your Zoom clicking audio settings?
What do you mean?
So like in the Zoom window at the very bottom, there's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
audio bar. There's an up arrow.
yep.
You
Same
click
as
the
this.
If you click that up arrow and click audio settings at the very bottom,
Yep,
does it open up something that gives you
yeah.
to share to all
I'm good.
participants?
I'm good. Thank you, honey. Yeah. Where?
That's what needs to be turned on.
Do you see it?
I don't see it, but I thought it was in here. Google. How to
What
share
if I wonder if I need to just,
all participants in
let's
Zoom.
see. Can you hear me still?
Yes, you sound way clearer.
Okay. Okay, hold on. I'm wondering. Now let's try it. Hi, everybody. We're going to start in a few minutes. Can you hear the music?
No, but you're not playing it yet. I can't hear it. Okay, in the share,
Mm-hmm.
is there an option to like right click and go down to share sound?
Multiple participants, host only, all participants,
All
advanced
participants,
sharing options.
all participants. Click that on and try again.
Okay.
Why don't you
Do
go
you
out
hear
of
it?
it? No, but go out of it and then refresh it and go back in and share it and see.
Do you hear it?
No, but you're not in presentation mode either.
Oh,
I don't hear it. I wonder if anyone else hears it who's not a co-host.
where did the whole thing just go?
What whole thing?
Share sound. Okay, this might be it. Why is this happening? What is happening?
What do you mean?
Why can't I go? I'm gonna go out and back in. Or stop share. Where did my whole thing just go?
The bottom, if you
Escape
hover over
here.
it.
Okay, here it is. Hold on. All right, here it is. Let's try this now. Can
Yes,
you
I
hear it
can hear
now?
it. Yes.
Okay, hold on, real
Just in the
quick.
nick of time.
Right? Hold on,
This is
real
how
quick.
we roll.
Can you hear this?
Well, hello,
Yes,
everyone.
I
My name is
can.
All right, I'm gonna go
Call
off
me tech
camera.
support.
All right, bye. I'll see you in a few.
Okay.
What's happening?
What do you mean by that?
Are you seeing stuff? What's happening?
I haven't, no, I'm not seeing your screen right now.
Yeah.
It says you've started screen sharing. I think it might just be loading.
No. This one? What is happening? Share?
It
All right,
took
I'm
a
gonna.
minute a while ago, and a part of me is like, is it the video that makes it take longer to load? I don't know. Like it says on my screen, it says Greer has started screen sharing. But that's all it says. It doesn't actually show me your screen. It was before. Oh, wait. Shared screen. Let me try this. Can you share it again?
Why is it doing this?
When you right click on the little arrow above the share, does it give you the option to say all participants should be able to see what you're sharing?
I'm gonna sign out and come back in. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
All right, let's see if this one does it.
Hello, Greer's Nathan. Are you having problems?
Can you tell? Can you tell, Nathan?
Yeah.
Hey,
No, I can't
Nathan.
tell. Hello.
All right, let's see. It should be reclaim host, share. It should be this one. Share slideshow. Okay, are we
Yes.
seeing the whole thing now?
Yes, we are.
There you go.
Okay.
I'm not hearing the music. You may need to re-share the sound with everyone.
Hold on. Okay, let's try this one more time. Reclaiming host. Jess, what did we have to do for the audio?
I think it was maybe under share, the little up arrow.
Yes.
Share, there was something share audio to all participants.
Okay, let's try now. Okay. Thanks for hanging with us, everybody, as we try and figure this out. All right, so we're gonna try.
Nathan also just shared the instructions. So on the, click share screen, the share selection window will appear. Select the program you want to share. In the share selection window, select share sound.
Can you hear this?
No, but you're not in presentation mode right now.
Sorry. Thanks for sticking with us, everybody. We're learning as we go. Okay, so if I go into presentation mode, I need to what?
So click slideshow, top right.
Yep.
Then at the bottom of your Zoom screen, where it says share when you hover over it,
It doesn't.
or there's like a little arrow up for share.
No,
No?
no, no. Sorry, everybody. We want to make sure that all of the audio works. Was it this? No. What did we do?
So you do, when you go down to the bottom of your Zoom window, that green share, there's no right click or little arrow next to it.
Yes,
you?
there's a little. Oh, here, this is it. Okay, I got it now. I figured it out. Okay. All right, we should be here. We should be ready. Do we see my screen?
Mhm.
Do you hear the music?
I do.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you everybody for joining today. Jess, can you record this video? Definitely want to make sure that we have this saved for everybody. But welcome to day one of Rethink Ability, everybody. My name is Greer Prosich. I use she, her pronouns. I am located in Chicago and I have long brown hair. I'm wearing glasses. I have a white half zip sweatshirt on, and then over my shoulder, you'll see a little dog stained glass. I'm so excited to have you all here today. And so really quickly, we're just going to talk through our agenda. So we're going to talk a little bit about Rethink overall, talk about the session schedule today, and then how to participate this week. So what is Rethink Ability? Rethink Ability is a movement. We have, as disabled people within the workforce, really had to have conversations with ourselves and with our peers about what do we need in the workplace? Because if we don't come and bring it, it's not going to happen. And so, because of how we've experienced these things, we've understood that this is an afterthought. Accessibility is an afterthought. And so, what we want to do is make it proactive. We want to advance workplace conversations around disability and accessibility in the workplace. And the way that we want to do this is really to take immediate action. And so that's where rethinkability came out is our goal is today we're going to start a lot of conversations. We're going to share a lot of stories, and then everybody's going to be able to leave with a resource to be able to do something immediately. All of the sessions were built this way, so you'll be able to walk away and do something as soon as you walk out of those. And I take that back. I shouldn't say walk out because that is ableistic. So once you leave those sessions, you'll be able to do something immediately. We could not do this without our steering committee. So you'll see a whole bunch of people here on the screen who have made this happen. Definitely couldn't do it without them. Special shout out to Jessica Donahue, who has made sure that everything is going smoothly today and make sure that my blood pressure stays low and that you all have a really great experience. Huge shout out to Nathan Chung as well. He is our tech advisor. So this is only happening because of Nathan. And then everything is beautiful in front of us. So huge thanks to Diego for his design expertise as we went through this whole program. So today we've got a lot of stuff that we're going to cover. We're going to dive right into some really heavy topics, some really raw conversations. And the first one is going to be about the impact of the political climate. We are going to be talking in very non-corporate terms, and we're going to be having some conversations that probably will really hit home. So really encourage you to join that session next. We'll be moving on to some conversations with Dr. Victoria Verleza around performance management. We'll be having a live session around words. So as you can tell, I just corrected myself because words are important. And so this will be a great session for you to learn from your peers on how to make some everyday how to have some things that can come in and be supplements for you. We will have a live session with Real Abilities. We're going to talk with Dr. Keelik Day and Dr. Angela Young today about intersectionality when it comes to accessibility. Then we'll do a really short personal story around menopause with Alexandra Ehrman. And we will then close the day out today with talking about, as the disabled employee, how do you navigate self-advocacy? So really looking forward to that conversation with Julie Harris and her team there. Day 2 tomorrow, we are going to talk more about actual lived experiences and barriers. So we'll get into that later. And then day 3 is going to be focused specifically on what actions you can take. How do you make this real? How do you make this something that is sustainable in your organization? So today we've got a few ways to participate. First, Jess is sharing in the chat a code of conduct. So this is what governs what we're doing. Everybody who is part of this has seen this, and we will keep everybody accountable to it, especially in the chats, especially if you're going to be participating live today. We are also offering cart captions today. There will be a link that comes into the chat right now, but you'll just have to press show captions at the bottom, and then it'll pop out live cart captions for you. We will have a couple sessions through this summit that will have sign language interpreters, so we will let you know when those are coming as well. We do have the People Geek Slack channel as well, so if you are added into that, that's where we're going to be having our live conversations. And then breaks. Breaks are really important, and we want you to take full autonomy, to walk away when you need to, turn your camera off if you don't want it on, do what you need to do to be successful today. As a reminder, everything will be recorded as well, and you will receive a link to that recording afterwards. So again, today we're going to dive right into day 1 with the impact of the current political and administrative climate on disability inclusion. So here we go. Enjoy.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Emily Goodson, and I am delighted to welcome you to the Rethink Ability conference and to this wonderful panel about the impact of the current political and administrative climate on disability inclusion. I am joined by three fabulous thought leaders, colleagues, and friends here who are going to introduce themselves a little further here in a minute. But just to frame us up for this discussion, I want to share our objective for the session. So this session is really asking us to move past performative inclusion and into a space of reckoning, where we name the fact that many organizations are still places where disabled employees feel pressured to hide their identities, where accessibility is still an afterthought, and where disability is often equated with incapability. So our objective here is we recognize that that's happening. How do we move beyond that? And our three panelists here are experts in how we're doing that and how we've done that historically. So I'm going to turn it over to them to introduce themselves, and then we're going to get into some discussion about the historical context of where we've been, the current state of disability inclusion at work, and where we're headed. So with that, Jim, why don't I turn it to you first, my friend, and tell everyone who you are and what you're about.
Thank you, Emily. My name is Jim Lebret. My pronouns are he, him. My visual description is that I am a older white guy wearing a pair of glasses, and I've got long curly hair with a gray goatee. I've got this fabulous violet colored shirt that I'm really loving a lot, button down shirt. And behind me is a red wall with a whole bunch of different posters, including a poster from the documentary that I co directed with Nicole Noonan called Crip Camp. And that's perhaps how I am best known.
You
Agatha?
are handing it off to Agatha.
Agatha.
I figured it was me next somehow. Hi, I'm Agatha Akpanobi. As Emily said, my pronouns are she, her. I am a Black woman with black and brown and curly hair, wearing a black cardigan over a light blue shirt with burgundy leaflets all over it. I have a background, a predominantly white background with a plant on the left-hand corner and a TV screen on the right side. Depending on how you're viewing the screen, it could be the reverse. And then in terms of the work that I do, I am a fractional HR consultant and advisor, and I also do conflict management, coaching, and conflict mediation work.
Thank you. And Keely?
Hi everyone, my name is Keely Catwells. Pronouns are she, her. Visual description, I am a white woman with long blonde hair, and I am wearing a black jumper, as we say in England, sweater, as you say in America, and I have a blurred background. And I am the CEO and founder of Making Space. We're a talent and learning platform connecting disabled professionals with employment and free education. And we support companies with creating more accessible workspaces that work better for everyone. Prior to founding Making Space, I founded C Talent, which was a talent agency increasing disability representation within film, TV, and media and representing disabled artists. And thrilled to be here and having this conversation.
Thank you. Well, I'm thrilled to be with all of you. It's really an honor to be on this panel with, or to be moderating this discussion with you. So I'm Emily Goodson. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a white woman with brown hair with blonde highlights. I'm wearing a olive green dress today. And I'm sitting in my living room in New York, and I have a gorgeous painting behind me of a woman, and then some plants in the background as well. I should have put my book in the background, Jim. Now that with your Crip Camp poster, I'm like, where? I'm an author and a speaker. So I do have a book called Dating Disability, which is about at the intersection of dating and disability and building confidence in dating as a woman with a physical disability. I'm also a speaker and a former HR leader. So thrilled to be moderating this conversation today. And I thought what we would do to kick things off, it is really just set the foundation of how each of you define disability. And, I think also kind of set the foundation of what nuances we should consider, our audience should consider, as they move through this conference and as they listen to this discussion, what are the different nuances to the disabled experience that are important to consider? So Keely, can you guide us here and just kick us off? And then I'll allow the others to chime in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think my definition of disability has really evolved as my own experience with disability has evolved. But today, I really look at disability through the social model of disability, which really flips the old narrative around disability on its head, and it really changes the narrative that we are disabled by our medical conditions to actually we are disabled by the inaccessible world that we live in, whether that be communication barriers, physical barriers, sensory barriers, attitudinal barriers. And it really says what is wrong with the world and the systems and the spaces and the attitudes around us, not what is quote unquote wrong with the person. So that is, I think, what disability is to me and being disabled means to me, which is also why I use the language and the term disabled person instead of people with disabilities, really using that social model language. But I've also come to realize just how broad disability is. I think as someone who has a dynamic and fluctuating disability, and some days it can be invisible, other days I use a mobility aid and it can be visible. I often thought disability was something very visual, very obvious, but it's so broad. I think media kind of had this way of teaching us that disability was one thing and it was stereotypes and it was really narrowly defined, but it's not. And I think there are a lot of people who may feel like they might be not quote unquote disabled enough, but that is absolutely not true. And disability is everything from neurodivergence to those who are chronically ill, to those who are temporarily disabled, to those who have physical disabilities and beyond. So it's incredibly broad and for me defined by the social model of disability.
Fabulous. Jem, Agatha, anything to add?
Well, if I jump in, Agatha, I just want to echo some things that Keely has said here, which is I think it's a very broad definition, and and I'm a co-founder of two nonprofit organizations that support people with disabilities in the entertainment industry. And at Forward Doc, the one that's involved with documentary filmmakers, we spent a lot of time kind of really thinking about what our definition is of disability. And indeed, one can go beyond the basic idea of, well, if there's something about your body that impacts your daily living in some factor, yes, but the focus really should be, I think, on not what's wrong with you, but what's right with you.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that, first off, we're all different, right? And we all and literally things around disability that are so common to people that don't even consider themselves disabled are true. That we do have burnout, there is a certain amount of anxiety at work, and sometimes that anxiety is based on disability, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's like, who's going to pick up my kid at school today? So, it definitely, if you identify as a person with a disability, you don't need to prove it to me. I believe you.
Yeah, I'm really going to echo a lot of what Keely and Jim have said in terms of that social model of disability. That disability is not so much about something being wrong with the person, but something being wrong with the world, where how people show up innately is somehow creating systemic barriers for them. The other thing I want to also mention too is that disability can be very fluid. Anyone can be disabled at any time. I think the historical model of disability is that disability is a very fixed and very apparent model or condition, quote unquote. And rather, it is something that is very fluid. It can be visible, it can be invisible. Someone can be disabled for a short period of time in their life and suddenly need different sorts of supports and accommodations in the workplace or in just their daily life. Um, Not be disabled and then be disabled again. And then there are folks who live with ongoing conditions for which there are not yet solutions. And so, unfortunately, the world that we live in focuses so much on what's wrong with the person instead of thinking about what's wrong with the systems of our society, of the workplace, that's allowing this person not to be able to have equal access to all that is required to have a full and fulfilling life. So that's how I would also define disability too, that it is definitely on a spectrum. It can be a bit complex and nuanced. Um, and there are just many different ways that someone can find themselves unable to access just all of the things that seem equally accessible for quote unquote neurotypical able-bodied individuals.
I just want to just add to this, if I might, that I really think that, for lack of a better term, the burden of having an unapparent disability is just as tough as having an obvious one. Like, I'm a wheelchair user. Yeah, it'll come up in the conversation that I can't walk. you know, it's just really obvious there. But that I think that if we think about our audience here and who you're dealing with, um, one should. I think that one just needs to be sensitive in regards to employees or people that you're going to hire about a couple of things, which is, if a person got to your door, they probably have done a great deal of work to get there, and that's real proof of their ability to be a really excellent employee. Uh, and I just think that, gee, you don't look disabled doesn't doesn't mean jack diddly. What it does mean, if somebody asks for something, they're not being lazy, they're not being like, I want something special. It means that they want to do their job and they know what they need to do. They know how to handle their disability, and that what they're asking you for is, I really would never question someone saying that I need this or I need that. I could go on for an hour, so I'm going to just stop right there.
I would add to that very quickly too. I think that was really well said. The other thing I think that we've noticed is there was some data that came out, I think was maybe a couple of years ago, that 90% of disabled employees don't disclose their disabilities at work, which is such a huge number. And we've seen through our work at Making Space, we do a lot of training within companies, and we've seen that we'll do a survey before and we'll do a survey after, and we'll see the stats of people who disclose after the training usually doubles on average, which is so wild. So I think it really goes to show that when companies do, I think, clearly define what disability does mean, because so many people don't even know that they're disabled. So if companies do say, yes, we abide by the social model, we recognize that if people are granted access requirements and accommodations, that they can do better work, that when they really frame disability in a specific way, it can make people feel safer and more comfortable. And I think we're going to talk about disclosure in a bit, but just wanted to bounce off what Jim said. But yeah, it's 90% is such a big number.
Yeah, it's astonishing. Yeah, we are going to talk about disclosure because I think it is such a huge component of this conversation. Is that, in this current political and administrative climate, people, at least from what I'm seeing in workplaces, people historically have been afraid to disclose for a variety of reasons. And unfortunately, I think that is getting worse to some degree. And I want to take us, before we kind of talk about the current state of workplaces, I want to take us briefly back to our history, because I think, when we think about the workplace, all of us as employees or leaders carry everything into the workplace, right? Our personal lives, but also our history and any stress, trauma, misunderstanding around that. I think all of the panelists brought up the stories that we've been told around disability, or around inclusion, that the media sometimes has incorrectly fed us, stereotypes, so on and so forth. And so, Agatha, I wonder if you can kind of kick us off here talking about sort of the historical context and perhaps language that we've used historically, around disability and around inclusion, and kind of how that intersects with what we're seeing today.
Yeah, absolutely. If someone had told me in 2020 that we would see this backlash against diversity, equity, and inclusion, I wouldn't have believed them. I'd say no. It seems like a lot of companies are very genuine about their intentions, about including everyone in the workplace and making those systemic shifts to ensure that happens. And I'm speaking specifically about the United States here, so I want to make that very clear. I know that other countries are on slightly different paths and journeys right now as it relates to this topic. Um, but the shock has come from a lot of the disinformation and misinformation around DEI and woke and and all of that has really allowed so much of the public to question and pull away from efforts that we, probably all of us on this panel think is common sense. And there's just more than enough scientific and historical data that supports the vitality of this work. And I can specifically call out even the term woke and how that word how that word, sorry, how that word has been misinterpreted, whether purposefully or not. And folks aren't even aware of where that term originates from. It actually originates from a song by Ledbetter back in the 30s, called the Scottsboro Boys, which is a case, if you know your history, about young African American boys being falsely accused of raping two white women in Scottsboro, Alabama. And woke really originates from this place of the Black community in America being very aware of the social ills and prejudices that a lot of people often miss and ignore. And that has found its way over time into different types of liberation movements, including movements for disabled persons in the U.S. And it's really such a travesty, honestly, that folks aren't aware of really the importance of language, understanding the historical and social context around language, and understanding the political motivations around the reformation of language as well. This is not something that's new. It happens all the time in different countries where political figures or social figures will take a term that is meant to liberate people and reuse it for their own gain in the wrong direction. So we're in the same fight, but it just looks a little bit different this year and probably in the next few years to come. But I think it's really important that those of us who do care about supporting and uplifting all people in the workplace or in society, more broadly speaking, that we take the time to check our sources, to reacquaint ourselves with the history of different groups of people or communities before we jump on a bandwagon motivated by emotional distress or whatnot and political agendas.
100%. And Jim, I'm wondering if you can chime in here too about, the historical fight for disability rights, because I think, to Agatha's point, I find that is a piece of history that is often not taught or that people aren't as familiar with. And I think that historical fight is something that we're still fighting and perhaps going back and reliving the fight. So I'm wondering if you can speak to that.
Sure, I find it incredibly ironic that I think that in the last 3 or 4 years, the disabled community's been asking people to add the A for access at the end of DEI. And that often it looked very performative. Like corporations will, if you look at their diversity statement, they'll include disability as one of those groups that they support. There's nothing else in that report showing anything around disability. And so here we are, where I think we really made some good strides, and and then all of a sudden, no, you can't use the word disabled in your grant applications, or diversity in your grant applications, and people are getting their science grants rejected simply because it was about the diversity of frogs in a pond somewhere in Colorado. It which is absurd, and I don't think we need to waste time even talking about why that is so absurd. But historically, I think that the fight has been to not look upon as purely as a medical problem or what's wrong with you, but that it's a human right, that it's a civil right. And if we go back and look at the sit-in, the 26-day sit-in of Judy Heumann and a bunch of other activists in San Francisco in 1977 to get the HEW 504 regulations signed, that was really like a line in the sand. That was just saying we can't go back at this point. We had this nationwide demonstration, and now here we are, and we decided we're going to take over this building, and we have support from other communities. And it's a wonderful story, but that in the long run, and I think this is why this work is so traumatic at times, you're trying to prove to people that you matter. And where does that come from? Well, it comes from people with disabilities being beggars because they were never hired. The word handicapped comes from cap in hand, basically out there, asking for, begging for money. And so the fight has been historically around our human rights, our civil rights, but also changing how we are represented in media. And so we needed HEW 504, which said that if you get federal money, you cannot discriminate against the disabled, which led to the Americans with Disabilities Act. No one was going to give this stuff to us. It is something that had to be codified as a civil right. In this day and age right now, it's very, very scary, because one of the first things that happened when the new administration came in is they removed the ASL interpreters from press briefings. And look, the list is incredibly long, and literally just about every day there's something that is just shocking that's going on, like firing all the people who work in the education department that administer support for disabled students. And that is incredibly close to my heart right now. And that I've seen how this kind of support can make or break someone's life. And that kind of support allows disabled kids to have what everybody else wants in their life, which is a life of their own choosing, a life of their own direction, to be able to pursue what is happiness for themselves. And then beyond that, allowing us to be contributing members to society, however people want to quantify that. I don't want to quantify somebody's value to their productivity and their return on investment, or, what is this going to cost versus anything. But it was very, very telling when the Secretary of Health, Kennedy, had a speech about autism. And he immediately starts off talking about people with autism, saying, these are people who will never pay taxes. These are people who will never play baseball or write a poem. Being absolutely so ignorant. And the fact they led with, they'll never pay taxes. So I think that I'd like to kind of stop by words here just by saying there's going to be many more things in here. And we've relied on the ADA. We've relied on the was the EEOC to help us with employment suits. We can't rely upon that at the moment. I don't believe. I don't. I don't think that there's no interest or will in government at the moment. But what that means is that companies, I believe, really need to look at what their ethos is, really what they believe. And if you believe that people with disabilities are have been undervalued, and that there's a real value in really looking at that community in regards to who's part of your workforce, that it doesn't take a lot to educate yourself, to really say, yes, there is data out there and there are stories out there. The fact of the matter is that if you haven't seen it, you don't necessarily believe it.
Yeah.
So instead of waiting for it to come in your door, go out and find it, because it is there in the positive documentaries and films that are out there. It is in the work that people like Keely or Agatha are doing. It is out there in your book, Emily, about dating while disabled. All of this is really just intertwined to say, if we're not part of your party, man, it's going to be kind of boring.
Be real boring.
Oh,
we
boy.
bring the fun.
Yeah. I
I
used to, you used to, I started off working in the theater many, many years ago. And it was like, it wasn't a good theater party if I hadn't fallen out of my wheelchair.
oh, Jim.
You know what I mean? So this is what I'm talking about. I'll show you.
And I think, Jim, you brought up so many pearls of wisdom there. And the one I want to hit on right now is, when you said it's really time for companies to take a deep look at themselves and figure out what their ethos is, what their values are, what their culture is, what they're standing for. And, Keely, I think you spoke to this earlier too, right? This idea of like, if I'm a company and I believe in disability inclusion, like how do I define that? And then how am I training people? Because I think, to Jim's point, when we have stigma, a lot of that's coming from fear and miseducation and the unknown. So, Keely, pivoting us a little bit to the current state in the workplace, I'm wondering, kind of what you're seeing as common barriers to inclusion in the current workplace. And then maybe from there, we'll transition a little bit to now, what do we do about that?
Yeah, definitely. I think barriers that still exist are oftentimes for disabled job seekers, this constant prioritization of stamina over talent, especially for earlier stage roles. So it makes it very difficult for disabled people to get that initial job, that initial experience. And then if we look at the more kind of mid-career positions, you must have all of this experience. But how can we get that experience if we don't have access to those kind of earlier stage opportunities? So I think that's still a big barrier. Although I think with technology, as that evolves, that opens up the door to a lot of opportunity. I mean, we can't get out of bed without talking about AI, so I'm going to be the first one to mention it on this panel today. I will say, I think there is a lot of opportunity there because as disabled people, we've actually been at the forefront of using AI. If you think about predictive text, if you think about eye tracking software and technology, screen readers, alt text, often these are the foundation of what modern AI is built on today. So I think we can leverage that to our our benefit. We can use that as a competitive advantage. We can talk about that in ways that sets us apart from other people in the application process. And I think the other opportunity with the AI is we're seeing companies. There was another study recently, and it was saying that employers would rather hire 70% of employers would rather hire people who have expertise and even basic skills in AI than people who wouldn't. So if we can get disabled people access to accessible AI education and training, we can get people in those high wage, good jobs, quality opportunities that are also right now more likely to be the remote positions too. So I think there's the opportunity there. I think the other barrier that we've seen is weirdly, I have this love and hate relationship with the business case of disability. We have undeniable business case. I mean, I think we all know the stats. You know, companies that intentionally engage in disability inclusion, they achieve 28% higher revenue, double the net income, 30% higher profit margins. We are so much more loyal, both customers and employees, once we find an organization that does actually support disabled people. I think it's like 92% of customers are more likely to support a business that employs disabled people. I mean, undeniable business case. But going back to Jim's earlier point too, where is the human rights and civil rights perspective within all of this? We shouldn't have to continuously legitimize our presence in spaces based solely on that economic power. So I wrestle with that as well. So I think I went a little bit off topic, but those are my thoughts that came to mind with that question.
Can I add one thing? And I'm so excited. So Agatha, I don't want to jump all over the conversation, but I'm really excited here. Stamina, I just want to point, does not equal value. Simple as that. And I was on a Zoom call, about 6 months ago, and I think I was talking to a bunch of social workers or something. And I simply said that, and the chat lit up. So it wasn't just like this is only for people with disabilities. I think everybody feels that what you really want is somebody who is loyal to your business, who feels appreciated, who brings their creativity. And so I just really wanted to underline that. I think as a living in this, kind of, Elon Musk world where you got to sleep underneath your desk, bro, world, that's BS. I'm gonna leave it there.
100%. And Agatha, I think the other piece I see of this, so we're thinking about current barriers and workplace realities, right? I think, we're bringing up great points about like this hustle culture that's dominated for so long. And also, just accessibility, like to the workplace, people being able to physically get to the workplace or get into a workplace. That's, a whole nother area we could explore. But I'm super passionate, as I know all of us are, about representation, both in the workplace and in media, so on and so forth. And Agatha, I'm wondering if you could kind of speak to representation from the perspective of disclosure and, how that all intersects in the workplace currently.
Yeah, it's really difficult for folks who have non-apparent disabilities to disclose that they are disabled throughout the entire
Greer, I think your video feed paused. She may have stepped away for a second, so might need to give her a minute. But I will message her and we'll get right back going in a moment.
employee life cycle. And rightly so in a way, right? It's because of our society and companies saying that, they have a culture of inclusion and belonging, but not necessarily walking the talk. And, in working with different companies and businesses on creating more inclusive and belonging workspaces for all types of people, including disabled and future employees and current employees. I've seen the spectrum. I've seen the spectrum of businesses who are really trying and making the effort and understand that sometimes it costs a little bit more, it gives a little bit more, it requires a little bit more time investment to begin to understand what these barriers are, and to begin to actually dismantle them. For some, it's more of like a nice to do. Um, and let me just share some quick stats here. Like more than, or is it less than double of representation of non-disabled or, oh, sorry, of disabled employees are in the workplace right now. I can share some other stats too as why folks feel this discomfort of really sharing is because they're aware that the barriers that are there. Even if a company says that they are inviting and welcoming and they've created all of these systems and all of that, it really is all about the employee feeling and seeing that over time, developing that trust. So you can say it and you can even have the systems, but it's all about the entire life cycle, right? So how you brought them on board, how you found them from the sourcing part of the recruitment, right? What did the interview process look like? Was there representation in terms of the hiring committee? Were folks asking the right questions, right? Instead of the typical, stereotypical question of, let us know if you require any accommodations during this hiring process. There are better questions you can ask. You can be asking your potential future employees than that. Conversations around the onboarding process. Jim mentioned something that is so vital. It's the language that we use around this work too, which is how do we begin to see different communities or approach the work of supporting different communities from this strengths-based perspective instead of trying to support inadequacies, right? So it's what are the strengths that these particular individuals are bringing to our workplace or work environment that we wouldn't otherwise have if we hadn't hired them. It's those promotion conversations. The other bit that's really interesting is there are recruiters who it's not just stamina, but they're hiring for potential. And there is this perspective that disabled persons are sort of in this like stagnant box where like they're always going to be the same. They can't grow. Like how we bring them in is how they'll always be. There is that false perception that we're fighting as well. So, and again, to Jim's point, potential does not equal value, uh, neither does stamina, right? It's the whole person that equals value and what they're able to bring to the workplace. So I can share some stats right now in terms of, what's probably keeping folks from wanting to share about their disability in any part of their life cycle as an employee. The unemployment rate for disabled Americans specifically remains roughly 7.5%, more than double that of non-disabled workers. The median earnings for disabled employees are 67% of non-disabled peers, same role, median wages, just due to occupational segregation and sometimes just the different ways that work is concentrated within the team. Only about 30% of employers have formal disability recruitment programs or disability support programs for the recruitment and promotion cycle. And many hospitality, retail, and manufacturing roles continue to remain inaccessible due to just the lack of accommodation planning and also the lack of the use of tech. Too much to Keely's point, there's a lot of tech out there that I know companies can make the budget for to create the space that is truly welcoming for all employees, including disabled persons. I honestly just think that, to your point, the business case is tired, but unfortunately, we live in this capitalistic society where we still have to bring that data out, as well as the data of the civil rights and the human rights piece, right? Is, we don't progress as a society if we continue to leave people behind. It's just not possible. Um, so I'll leave it there. I could go on and on, but there's so many ways to really begin to help people shift their mindsets around supporting disabled folks. It's looking at the entire employee's life cycle, looking at the communities in which they live and in which they're coming from when they come to us within businesses, and figuring out what we need to do to really transform the work environment to where it's not this thing of, I always have to ask. I always have to ask. It's already there, so that I don't have to ask. I don't have to go through the potential guilt or shame for asking, or go through the so many barriers of trying to get your accommodations approved. It's just there. It exists. And so I hope we can eventually get there someday.
We all want to be able to enter a room and just do our job. And you find that in the entertainment business, it's like you should have an access coordinator. So an actor can simply come in and do their work, not have to figure out what they need to get on the set. It, and there's another point I'd really like to make. I think, Agatha, you quoted about it, 7.5% of the unemployment rate. That, as I understand it, that is of people actively looking for work. Well, we lost Agatha there for a moment.
Hopefully we'll get her back.
Okay, well,
I'll work on that. But yeah, keep going down this thread, Jim.
My understanding is that there are a lot of people who aren't looking for work because if they work, they're going to lose their benefits, or that it has simply been a constant brick wall. And so they feel like the opportunities just aren't there. So in reality, it is a much higher number of people with disabilities who want to work, who are unemployed. But we have to fix so many different things. And some of that is simply the limits that people are under. In other words, you get a job, right? Great. You've had money through the support services to get your health care and stuff. And now you've got this job. Now you make too much money, but you don't qualify for health care yet. Now, I mean, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? So anyway, that number to me was always like, I was so surprised when I realized that was only just people looking for work. What about the people who are prevented from looking for work because of how society is set up?
Absolutely. A raise of that asset limit is long overdue. I think it hasn't been updated since 1989, which is wild. And I think the thing that we've been noticing too is there's a huge lack of knowledge around ABLE accounts and how they can support individuals too. So I would definitely encourage anyone who may feel like they're in that situation to look into ABLE accounts. And ABLE accounts are essentially a tax advantage savings account for people to be able to save and still retain their benefits. And the eligibility is expanding come January 2026. So I know that you've had to have become disabled before the age of 29, but now that's expanding to before the age of 49, I believe. So I think it's like 8 million more people will be eligible. So definitely check out ABLE accounts and how they could potentially support you too. And I would love for employers to also encourage folks to be able to have ABLE accounts and educate people and their employees on ABLE. I think that would be such a phenomenal win if they could do that. And the last thing to Jim's first point too, we're so passionate of making space about normalizing disabled people being experts in subjects beyond just disability and accessibility. So passionate about that.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, Keely, one of the important points you bring up is educating people on benefits And I've seen that be like a tremendous support in the workplace, right? As I find, I used to work in HR, and I found that a lot of times employees weren't educated on their literal health benefits or on what was available to them. And so, if they became disabled while they were working for you, they may not know how to sign up for the different benefits that can help them and support them. So I think, as we're kind of closing this panel today, in this discussion, and we could easily go on forever, but we do have a time limit. I'd really like to get into like some more practical things like that, that can help companies move inclusion efforts forward. So, so far we've touched on like educating your employees about benefits, combating misinformation. Agatha brought up, making your hiring panels diverse and having sourcing channels. But I'm wondering if we can kind of, as we wrap things up here, go around and each of you talk about like what are some practical things companies can do to move inclusion efforts forward. And Agatha, why don't I start with you, and then we'll go back around.
Yeah, I think a practical a move is asking the right questions, and also making sure you don't put everyone in a box, right? So as soon as an employee discloses to you that they are disabled, or that, let's say, for example, they're autistic or they have ADHD, really sitting with that for a minute before moving into action. I know in a lot of spaces, especially in the tech space, there's a huge bias for action and moving pretty quickly. And a lot of times it really does matter to slow down, to speed up later in terms of understanding fully the person that's in front of you, what they're telling you, what has been the history of their work environments. So not just how they've come to you now today and how they've been on your team, but also understanding what their journey has been as a worker here or in the States, or wherever they are. I think that's really important, is sitting with that, figuring out who they really are, and asking some of the right questions, going beyond a lot of the generic stuff that we often hear. I think that's so important, not just to be able to get the right answers and move in the right direction, but also for them to also begin to feel like, wow, I feel like you actually see me. You've done a little bit of work, right? I'm not just another person coming to you with this.
Kaylee or Jim, want to jump in?
I can jump in. I would say a super tangible, kind of quick thing every employee can do is to just add to the bottom of their email every time they're sending a new document, a calendar invite, any kind of new something that they need to open if they're hosting an event, whatever it is, just add the line, "Do you have any access requirements?" And I think that can make the world of difference to people being able to fully participate.
It sends a message that this is important to the person that it and the company, and yeah, I see this parallel in the entertainment industry, and it's like we're getting all of these right now. I'm a member of a couple of the academies, and it's like you're getting these offers to come to screenings, live screenings of things and it's like there's no access information there. There's no way to find out the access information there. And in reality, it's like it's very, very simple just to put a line there saying, if you want information, contact this person, or this venue is wheelchair accessible, or something, because it sends a positive message.
Yeah. And I think, as we are wrapping this up and thinking about disability inclusion moving forward, what I'm hearing from all of you is that there is a lot of um, fear and anxiety because in the current kind of political and administrative climate. And a lot of people feel their rights may be taken away, rights that they have fought very hard for, or that their elders have fought for. And, now is really the time for companies, as all of us have said, to really define who you are and what your values are. And if disability inclusion is important to you, these are all things that you can take on, as Jim said, show you care about people, by asking the questions, by adding things to event forms or email signatures, by combating the misinformation. So thank you to all of you for bringing up, both like the historical context of where we've been, why the misunderstandings are present, but then also some very practical things companies can do or leaders can do, to keep moving things forward, if their organizations are aligned with that. So with that, I'm going to thank everyone for joining us today. I know if you're in the Slack channel, there's probably some amazing discussions going on, so keep that going on. And just really quickly as we close, if I could ask each panelist if you have a website or a social media handle where people can follow you, please share that, because I know people are going to want to keep engaging. So we'll just go around the table here. So Keely, where can people find you?
I would first and foremost visit Making Space. So if you check out making-space.com, you can sign up for free if you are a job seeker. And you can also, if you're a small business, you can also sign up for free, get access to a limited amount of kind of job postings and educational courses. And if you're a corporation, contact us and we would love to get you started. And then you can also find me on LinkedIn, Instagram, just Keely Catwells. Thanks.
Jim?
You could go to jimlebrecht.com and you'll find and you can find a lot of good information there, just kind of about what I do. And I find LinkedIn incredibly valuable. So, and I'm there, and someday I'll be really good at Instagram, but in the usual places, I'm Jim Lebrecht.
And everyone should watch Crip Camp if they haven't already.
That would be delightful.
What?
Netflix and YouTube.
Agatha?
Yeah, you can find me at Resonant HR, RESONANTHR.com, where you'll find that I work primarily with businesses in the tech space, healthcare, and professional services that are also government contractors, with a focus on compliance, employee relations, conflict management coaching, and conflict mediation, all with a DEIBA lens. And then I also do ethics, AI ethics consulting as well.
Amazing. Well, thank you to all of you for sharing your time with me and with our audience today. And with that, we wish everyone a happy rest of the conference. And I know there are going to be lots of great things for you all to learn and engage in. So thank you. And we all look forward to connecting with you in other ways.
Hey y'all, Dr. Victoria Verleza here. I use pronouns she and her. I am a white woman who has on a beige sweater. I am in the kitchen area of my house. I am wearing a gold necklace. I have an orange cat in front of me. Behind me is a white wall with some reds, some blacks, some orange, and a plant up over in the corner. Thank you for joining my session on rethinking performance management here at the Rethink Ability Summit. I am really excited to talk about this for a few reasons. I'm an autistic, ADHD, CPTSD with multiple learning disabilities and a PDA profile person. I have been in the corporate world only for really 4 years. Prior to that, I worked in higher education. And something that I have found to be a very high point of contention, especially for us folks who are neurodivergent or disabled, is performance management. So when we're thinking about performance management, I'm thinking about it from multiple perspectives: ongoing feedback, formalized evaluation cycles, those check-ins or periodic reviews, if you do them once, twice, 4 times a year, those particular pieces of the job that could result in a performance improvement plan, promotions, more money, etc. So when I'm thinking about performance management, those are the things I am thinking about. I, as a researcher, but also a consultant, as a people and culture strategist, as someone who thinks about neuro-inclusion from every perspective, This is something that is very near and dear to me because when I look back at my life and I think back on all of the supervisors I've ever had in higher education and now in corporate, the things that I remember are the ways they did not know how to supervise me. So I had posted something on LinkedIn in July of 2025 that was related to performance management and performance improvement plans specifically. I got overwhelming amount of impressions and comments and people just relating to the experience. So I opted to run a survey. And so I'm doing research through a Google form that will ultimately result in a partnership with a research organization that we will publish. But the first phase of my research was to run a survey. We have 250 responses from across the globe, across different racial and ethnic lines, across sexuality, across diagnosis under the neurodivergent umbrella, and across different positions. Most important, we have folks who are in the C-suite, we have folks who are individual contributors, folks who are self-employed or unemployed or underemployed, and then folks coming from all different kinds of backgrounds and industries. It's amazing. One of the pieces that I saw and noticed was there are these 12 different areas. There are these 12 different areas where we neurodivergents receive feedback. There's these themes that I found in the feedback to the research right now, the participant phase phrasings. So it's personality over performance is the first one. So folks are getting feedback saying they're too direct, they're too intimidating, they're not warm. And one way that we can fix that is by replacing our traits with tasks. What are the outcomes? What are the processes we're measuring? Because what often happens, especially with feedback, is that folks are receiving personality-based or characteristic-based, or in a neurodivergent case, are trait-based rather than deliverable or due date or process-based. The second theme that I found was this contradictory double binds. So people are told to either talk more or talk less. We're constantly moving the goalposts in performance management. One of the ways to fix that is pick the priority, document the trade-off, tell us what good looks like. So the third is this vague and non-actionable feedback. So out of 250 folks, right, we're being told that we need to be more strategic or improve communication, but never tell us what that looks like. So one of the fixes that can happen is moving from the SBI model to the BIA model, thinking about the SBI being situation, behavior, impact, moving on into how do we ask with concrete steps? How are we actually giving someone actionable feedback rather than this vague feedback? The fourth theme of the study is pathologizing, sorry, that word is hard, neurodivergent traits. We're told to read the room or ask fewer questions, or we receive retaliation based on asking for accommodations. Some of the quick fixes there are preparing expectations with the necessary support mechanisms, giving agendas for a meeting, for example, providing written summaries, pacing options with no penalty. We have to be mindful about what we're doing when we're giving feedback. The fifth is social and appearance policing. I hear this a lot, and if you're neurodivergent, you probably have heard this at some point in your life. You need to make more eye contact. You need to smile more. You don't make small talk. What shoes are you wearing? Why aren't you wearing makeup if you are femme presenting and or a female assigned at birth? Some of the quick fixes for that is just to remove professionalism as coded words, thinking about evaluating the observable job-related behaviors only. And I giggle because one of the things we hear the most, especially neurodivergent folks and any other minoritized person, is that we receive personality-based feedback and we are being held back in our careers by not getting performance-based feedback, outcome-based feedback, deliverable based feedback, process-based feedback. We are hearing you're too aggressive. You need to dress better. You need to do this better. You need to make eye contact. You need to smile more, be nicer. These are common themes that I am reading in the 250 responses. The sixth theme is this micromanagement and surveillance. So people are shadowing us in meetings. They are essentially picking over what people are doing. We need to replace monitoring with coaching. We need to provide job aids. We need to give somebody a pairing, a partner, an accountability buddy. We need to remove obstacles. The seventh is we withhold information. We exclude people from meetings. We are not given context, but then we're blamed for not having enough information, or if we ask a question. Some quick fixes for that are we publish the source of truth. Who's the owner of the meeting? Who's making the decisions? What are the priorities and what are the due dates? Providing more information up front. The eighth theme is oftentimes we neurodivergent folks or other minoritized groups are seen as insubordinate if we're seeking clarity or asking questions. When we ask questions, we are seen as argumentative, difficult, a problem, disruptive. We can quickly fix this by defining what a challenge up would be, scheduling Q&A calls, and reward the risk prevention rather than saying you're asking too many questions. When we do ask the question, when we do bring up a risk, we should be rewarded rather than punished because we're thinking about things from a different perspective. The ninth theme from the study is this idea of weaponized professionalism. The theme across people was the neutral tone is called rude or aloof, and trauma or burnt outness, burnout is pathologized. So what we need to be doing is not weaponizing our tone, our facial expression, encouraging the idea of burnout, not really encouraging rest. We need to also pay attention to our writing in these reviews. So the 10th is inconsistent evaluation and barrier blocking. So one of the themes that we see a lot is how we, neurodivergent and other minoritized folks, we have and get strong results, and yet the credit is stolen or our reviews are used against us. So what we need to have and what we need to see in order for performance management to be really inclusive is to provide a rubric, provide essentially trainings on how to provide objective feedback. The 11th is the psychological impact. So what I saw in the study was that the feedback that we get, neurodivergent folks get, can erode confidence. It can essentially stunt us. It can provide burnout, or it can not even provide. It can put us into burnout, and ultimately we leave. This is what happened to me, and this is why I left one of my jobs, because I was not being taken seriously. My neurodivergent traits were being used against me, and ultimately I left because I was not being valued in the way that I should. A quick fix for this is thinking about our workload and recovery plans. Measure manager support behavior. It's not just on the employee. And then finally, this 12th theme that I saw across the 250 respondents are bright spot pattern. So in supportive teams, traits become assets. How are we looking at our neurodivergent folks who are absolutely going to increase innovation, creativity, productivity? Teams with neurodivergent folks are 30% more productive. So how are we encouraging that? Well, some ways to do that is in normalizing processing time, providing asynchronous or on-demand options, a choice of voice, either speaking or writing responses, really encouraging folks to lean into how they process best, how they work best. This is Oscar, and he's very interested in this. So, folks, all of that to say, if you are neurodivergent and or you are a leader at a company, one of the best things you can do is provide information to managers, supervisors, and leaders on how performance management can be inadvertently losing you talent because we're not training managers and leaders on how to give neuro-inclusive or bias-aware feedback. So when you're thinking about performance management and the end of the year evaluations, which are coming up very, very soon, I'd encourage you to check out the resources that I have on my LinkedIn. You can check out my website. I have a lot of different resources. There are a lot of different people out there educating, but this particular research is new. It is not being done anywhere else. And so if there are pieces of the research you'd like more information on, please reach out to me. But we need to rethink performance management because over 53% of Gen Z is neurodivergent, identifies as neurodivergent. And in just a couple of years, more than 50% of our employees are going to be Gen Z. So in order for us to future-proof the workplace, we need to start thinking about neuro-inclusion now, and we need to be thinking about it from the beginning to the end, from the recruitment to the offboarding. There has to be neuro-inclusion built into everything. It's not just good for the neurodivergent employee, it's good for everybody. Thank you for coming to my Rethink Ability TED Talk. Please connect with me if you'd like, and thank you for listening. Have a good one.
All right. I am going to make a couple people co-hosts as we go to our next session. So give me 1 second as we get everyone there. So everyone say hello to Molly. We're going to say hello to Danny. We're going to say hello to Katerina. And last but not least, we're going to say hello to Suzanne. All right. I'm going to ask to unmute all of you so you will get a notification. Danny, you should be unmuted, and Molly, you should also be unmuted. All right, I think everyone's ready.
Thank you. Am I good to share my screen, Greer?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any indication that you can see my screen?
Yep,
Enough?
you're all good.
Yeah,
Yes, we
perfect. Thank
can.
you. Awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. I think I speak on behalf of all of us here. We are so excited to be here today and join the Rethink Ability Summit. Thank you, Greer. Thank you, Jessica, and the team for the invitation and for putting on such a spectacular event. My name is Molly Denon. I am the founder of Infinitus Learning. I am a white woman. I have long brown and gray hair. I'm wearing a black shirt with a denim button down, and I am sitting in front of a virtual book nook with some green foliage in the background. I use she, her pronouns, and I am thrilled to be in conversation with all of you today. So we built this session around a very simple yet very powerful idea. The idea that word shapes culture and culture shapes belonging. So language does a lot more than simply describe the world. It defines who belongs in it and who doesn't. Language has the ability to quietly open doors as well as close them. My personal favorite thing about language, and just in case you're interested, I was a linguistics major as an undergrad, so this has followed me into my professional life. But my favorite thing about language is that it is a living and breathing organism, meaning it molds, it adapts, it evolves, and it is a constant reflection of us, and we are a constant reflection of it. We often think about language as a tool of communication, but it is also a force of culture. The way that we talk reflects the way that we think, and the way that we think reflects who gets included, who gets overlooked, and who feels seen. So today we are going to take a look at how language shows up most specifically in work. The small shifts that create big impact, the barriers that make change hard, and the actions that help turn awareness into something long-lasting. I am joined here today by three phenomenal panelists who live and breathe this work in different and unique ways. I would love for each of them to introduce themselves and tell you about all the fantastic work that they do. So let us get started with Katarina.
Hi everyone, so happy to be here today. I'm Catarina Rivera, pronouns she, her. I am a light-skinned Latina woman with dark brown wavy hair worn up. I'm wearing a forest green top, silver dangly earrings, and behind me is a white wall with a wood furniture piece. And I'm a public speaker, DEIA consultant, and content creator on disability. My personal lived experience is with deaf blindness due to Usher syndrome. And so I have been disabled my whole life, deaf since birth, blind since I found out about it at 17. And I've been on a journey with that I'm looking forward to sharing today. And I'm hearing some background noise, so if you're transmitting that, please mute your microphone. Yeah, and my platform on Instagram is called Blindish Latina.
Thank you, Katarina. Next, we will have Dani introduce herself.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. I am Dani Herrera. My pronouns are she and her in English and Isha in Spanish. I am wearing a cream beige-like top, and I am sitting right in front of a very large library piece of furniture of sorts with tons of books and tons of pop culture toys, if you may. And I also wanted to note that I'm running a little bit of a fever, so please bear with me. And the work that I do, I am a talent, culture, and DEI consultant, and I've been doing this work for about 20 years.
Thank you, Dani. I'm so sorry to hear you're not feeling well. If you need anything, just let us know.
I will let you all know. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, we have Suzanne. Would you please introduce yourself?
Sure. Happy to be here today. My name is Suzanne Wertheim. I am a former professor of linguistics and linguistic anthropology. Since 2011, I've been using social science, mostly linguistics and linguistic anthropology, but some other stuff too, to research and improve workplace communication. So Molly, everything you said, I was like, yes. To describe myself, I am a olive-skinned. In 2030, I will be counted as MENA, Middle Eastern North African. So I no longer have to write other and put in Semitic. So I'm very excited about that. With long, also dark and gray hair. I'm wearing very dramatic glasses that are multicolored and very geometric. And I've got on a black shirt with wavy cream stuff, a creamy colored cardigan, a big kind of a mini breastplate, maroon necklace, and I've blurred my background because I can't figure out how to get my light currently to not shine out of my very cool samurai woodblock, Japanese woodblock behind me. So
awesome. Thank you so much, Suzanne. And thank you, the three of you. I'm so excited to be in conversation with you all. And I think we're all very excited to hear your perspectives. So before we jump into some of the questions for our panelists, I think we thought it important to ground ourselves in what it is we're trying to achieve here today. I heard someone say this in just the session before. We're really looking for actionable, practice-oriented. We really want you to be able to take away some insights that you can implement in your work as quickly as today. Um, so we have our objectives here. They have been divided into two groups, input and output. The input are objectives that help us expand our thinking. So we're thinking, illuminate the role of language in inclusion and building awareness of language as a cultural force. The output are objectives that help us put these new ideas into practice. So for today, that means learning from real world application, which we will hear more about from our panelists. And at the end, we will ask you to commit to an action beyond this session. Um, so again, in other words, we're not just here to talk about inclusive language, we're here to understand it, to challenge it, and to think about what we can actually do differently after we leave. So with that, I think it's time for us to get started. And to do that, we would love first to hear from all of you. We ask that you think of one phrase you've heard of at work that made you pause. And this pause might be something that felt exclusive, dismissive, something that made you stop and think, something that felt really good, something that felt really bad. That thing will be different for everyone. But we would love for you to write those and send them in the chat if you are inclined to share. I will read some of them as they come in. Oh, at least he is high functioning. The weather is being bipolar. Think about the impact you have on others. The blind leading the blind. Ladies, guys, drunk. Um, we are all just a little autistic. Always referring to everyone as guys. I'm so OCD. These are fantastic examples. Thank you all very much. Blind spot, amazing. I caught myself this morning saying walking away from this meeting again. Perfect. Excellent. Thank you all for sharing those. We would like you to feel free to keep adding those into the chat if others come along as we are listening. But we will also ask you to come back to these towards the end of the session. All right. So, our fantastic panelists, it's time to hear from you. And I think the best place to start sometimes is at the beginning. So, I will ask each of you to share perhaps the moment that you realized language held power, or perhaps something that inspired you to pursue this work. Danny, would love to start with you.
Yeah, would love to share. My story is not necessarily tied to language that relates to disability, but it does tie back to inclusive language. So, imagine tiny, teeny Danny. I was about 9 years old, and my mom had just died. She passed away from an chronic disease. Sorry, like my words escaped me today. And I was still going to school, and I was doing my English as a second language homework, and we had to answer some very common questions. And one of the questions was, where does your mother live, and what does she does for work? And I couldn't answer those questions, right? And the reason behind it was not that I didn't necessarily know how to answer those questions. Like grammatically, I knew how to do that, but I didn't know how to answer the question. And I also didn't want my teacher to know. It was a very vulnerable and kind of tricky situation for me. So I didn't answer. And what happened afterwards was that my teacher called me and my dad to have a discussion about it, because she knew that I had the knowledge on how to answer the question. So that's when I had to let her know that my mom had just died, just like maybe a week ago. And that wasn't a comfortable conversation. And that was actually the moment that I realized that I wish that she would have asked about my parents, or that she would have used completely different language that wasn't necessarily about my mom, right? And I know that that sounds, like silly because I was very little at that time, but I still think about that moment. And I actually was thinking about that moment when I started to study linguistics as well, when I was studying to be a teacher of English and I started literary translation as well. So that was my story.
Thank you so much for sharing, Danny. And I don't think anybody here would tell you that that sounds silly at all. In fact, it seems like it was so impactful that it's brought you to
Yeah.
this panel. So thank you so much for sharing. Katarina, we would love to hear perhaps your origin story.
Thank you. Yeah, so this story is really about what drew me to this work on disability. I shared earlier that I have been disabled since birth. However, I didn't do anything with disability in my career until much later in life. I worked in education as a classroom teacher. I worked in public health and the nonprofit sector. And I was working with the Latino community often. So I was really tapping into that part of my identity, but I wasn't doing anything with disability. And the reason for that, I think, was just that I was on my journey. I think a lot of people can relate to this. When I was first diagnosed with blindness at 17, it was super shocking. I didn't know a lot about blindness. All I really knew was what I saw in the media, and it was a very negative portrayal of blindness being limiting. But as I went through my journey and received services, learned eventually how to use a white cane, learned about accessible technology, accessibility in general, connected to other Blind people, stopped driving on my own terms when I moved to New York City, and really just found more of a community. I totally shifted the way that I thought about my disability. In the beginning, it was a lot more shameful with a lot of fear. But using a white cane changed everything. It opened up conversations, and I started speaking about my disability openly to people. I was apparently disabled instead of non apparently. And I found a strong voice in myself. I found that advocating for my needs made my life better. And it was a complete change in my everyday experience. So I felt super powerful. And that's why now I decided to use my voice in a public way to say, okay, how can I educate others? How can I take the 13 years of my life that it took me to say, okay, I'm going to use a cane, I'm really going to own being blind, to now do something for the world, to make it more inclusive, to make workplaces more inclusive. So that's my little origin story.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Katarina. And of course, Suzanne, would you tell us your origin story?
Sure. I'm going to tell, having heard these two, I'm going to tell two brief origin stories. So the first is actually not even a midpoint, but a late point, which is my entry into really thinking about language and disability and really having a focus on it. And so, um, because I've been working on language and linguistics since 1995, right? But I hadn't really thought that specifically about disability until I started running inclusive language audits for companies, right? That's one of the things I do is I go audit materials. So websites, press releases, marketing materials, employee handbooks, blogs. And I don't know why, but I guess I do know why, because disabled people are so often marginalized and erased and forgotten. I could not believe how many problems with disability I found in my audits. Like the quantity and the consistency was genuinely shocking to me. I knew to expect things about race, gender, sexual orientation, but the absolute erasure, the ableist language, writing as if members of your audience were not themselves disabled, right? Imagine if, I mean, I'm like, but you don't have to imagine if you are blind and accessing this text, right? It was really shocking to me. And how frequently disabled people were presumed incompetent. I came in understanding that people would look at people of color and women, and particularly women of color, and presume that they were incompetent. But I hadn't realized how just being in a wheelchair and being an upper middle class white man who's a lawyer in a wheelchair, just the fact of being a wheelchair user could negate every other aspect of privilege in terms of how people treated you. So that's my origin story in terms of being more intentional about focusing on and writing about language and disability. My origin story for for studying language is I've come to realize, especially researching my book, in the intro to my book, I say I'm neurotypical-ish. I think that I would just change that and put me elsewhere in the spectrum now. In particular, I was very hyperlexic, and so I skipped kindergarten, right? Because I was so advanced in certain, which I now understand is so common for autistic people to be reading it too. I'm like, oh, there's a lot of stuff that's been falling into place as I research neurodivergent people and their communication styles. I'm like, this feels very personal. So I remember being 5 years old and my first day of first grade, and everybody else knew people from kindergarten, and I didn't know them. I'd been to preschool, but I mostly sat in the corner and read because I was very shy. And I looked around me and I was like, there are rules for communication, and I don't know what they are. People are understanding how to interact with each other, and I don't know what they are. And I had better freaking study these. I probably was cursing because I was in New York. I had better freaking study these so I learn. And so that really is my origin story as a scholar of linguistics and linguistic anthropology, is being 5 and looking and being like, there are rules and I don't know them. So
Amazing. Thank you so much, Suzanne. Um, and I think we all can agree we are sitting at a wonderful intersection between lived experience, language, culture, the work experience. And I'm really excited to dive in with all of you. Um, so after hearing all of your origin stories, and some of the examples that we've seen from our audience here today, that brings us sort of to this concept that change is very hard, right? So much of our language is embedded practice, cultural norms. It sort of brings out all of the good and bad. Change is hard. Breaking pattern is really difficult. Um, Becoming aware of these patterns that are harmful to some can be challenging. So I would like to ask all of us to reflect on what is it that we think makes um, changing language so difficult? Are there cultural or systemic factors that tend to hold people and also organizations back from change? Um, I would love this to be conversational and organic. Um, so I will ask Suzanne, since I've asked you last, I want you to go first this time to get us kicked off. And among all of us, please feel free to call on who you'd like to go next, or again, sort of no pressure, and we can
okay.
just move
I was a
through.
professor for so long, I'm perfectly happy to tell people when to talk. Come on.
Amazing, perfect.
All right. So I'm so glad that, Molly, you started us off by saying that language is very multifunctional. And I have to say that it not only reflects the way that we think about the world, but the feedback from language shapes our mental models. And I want to start with something that's a little bit subtle, but I think it's interesting, because we're going to talk about, and when we think about, and some of it came up, ableist language, a lot of it deals with blindness or deafness, right? Being low vision or being hard of hearing. And I want to point out that there is a very motivated linguistic reason for that, and that is the human use of what we call conceptual metaphor to understand the world around us, because the world is incredibly complicated, and we're always constructing these mental models of the world. Honestly, from in utero, if you're hearing, you're already learning things about the patterns of the languages being spoken around you, right? So there are these conceptual metaphors where we say, oh, this thing is like that thing. Oh, this thing is like that thing. And that they organize how we see the world. So the world becomes less complicated because we map one thing onto another. Well, two conceptual metaphors that we have in language after language after language is that seeing something is understanding it, and that hearing something is paying attention to it or perceiving it. And these conceptual metaphors are just fill the English language and fill many other languages. So examples are things like, I see what you mean, for seeing is understanding, or it's not clear to me, or I can't visualize it, right? Or their words fell on deaf ears, for hearing is perceiving, right? Or I don't feel heard, or I need you to listen to me. All of those are really about perceiving or paying attention. because these are so incredibly pervasive and very basic mental models, it makes sense that we have these phrases that we here on this call understand to be ableist: fell on deaf ears, blind to, blind spot, tone deaf. And so it takes some time to explain to people and unpack the ableism. And so I just want to have people maybe feel empowered to say, let's separate out. I always say to people, maybe get more granular. Are we actually talking about vision and hearing, or are we talking about perception and paying attention? Because these metaphors say, to be blind is to not pay attention. To be deaf is to not pay attention. To be blind is to not think through consequences. To be deaf is to not care or be insensitive. And what we want to do is separate those out and say there's no correlation between a physical disability and bad behavior, right? So if it's bad behavior that you want to call out, you can find other words that don't rely on that mapping, which is a distortion and inaccurate. And because of what I was just talking about, I'd like to hand it over to Katarina.
Thank you. Yes. So I think in terms of going back to why change is so hard, it's really important to just say, like, something that I observe over and over again in my speaking engagements is that people are still uncomfortable talking about disability. And this could be because they don't feel they have personal experience with it. So a lack of familiarity, and that can come from the non-disabled perspective. I'm also observing a generational difference. People who are coming from older generations have often been taught not to talk about disability, or that it's rude, and that there is a deep discomfort with the topic. So a lot of what we have to do with this conversation is have people understand that it's okay to use the word disability. There's nothing wrong with it. And in fact, there's a powerful identity that we can connect to. So there's a lot to unpack there in terms of also disabled people ourselves. We're dealing with internalized ableism, shame, and really oftentimes just not having a lot of exposure to disability pride until later on in our journey. And so I love that there are so many creators on social media really sharing about their experience and creating a community that we didn't have before. Another thing that I will say for organizations is that the fact that in the workplace, only 21% of disabled employees disclose their disabilities can make organizations feel like they don't have a lot of disabled employees, that it's not a priority to work on disability inclusion. And of course, this is not accurate because up to 80% of disabilities are not apparent. Even myself saying, okay, yes, I'm deafblind. I'm wearing glasses right now. I put away my cane when I sit down at a restaurant, for example. People often don't observe my hearing aids. So my disability can be completely non apparent as well if I'm sitting in a restaurant. So it's a real thing that's going on. But we are the largest marginalized group. And there are so many people that are disabled, even if they're not identifying as disabled, and even if they're not diagnosed yet. And there's a lot of fear with getting it wrong that stops organizations and leaders from even trying. And so I think we all need to be okay with transparency about our learning journeys, the messiness of creating change in this area, and giving feedback, messing up. So I love to give the example of if you said something that doesn't sound quite right, it's totally okay to pause and model for everyone else in the space. Oh, I don't like how I phrased that. I'm going to make a change and say it again in a different, more inclusive way. So, an example we saw in the chat, someone saying, oh, what's everyone going to walk away from this meeting with? If you say that, you can say, oh, I actually don't want to use that verb here. I'm going to say, what is everyone going to leave this space with? And that's a great model to show that you can make a change right then and there. I'll pass it on now to Dani.
Thank you, Katarina. Very quickly, going back to why change is hard, and I want to focus on companies and organizations because it's where most of my experience lies. There are two things that I see happen a lot. And one of them is, as we were just talking about, is the lack of awareness, right? Like some companies and people, professionals, they don't even know that this is something that they should be paying attention to. There could be a million reasons why that might be the case, a conversation for another day, but also a lack of understanding on why that's important. Every time that I try to approach these conversations with different organizations or different people, professionals, every time that I mention inclusive language or plain language, the very first thing that they think about is gender inclusion and potentially maybe race sometimes, but disability is not a topic that they're even thinking about. So whenever I bring back this topic and I try to explain, okay, as Katarina was saying, let's focus on exactly what is it that we want to say. Let's break it down and let's try to use plain language. Again, disability is not a topic that they're even thinking about. So that's one thing which actually makes change a little bit harder, especially in corporate settings. And then the other thing that I notice quite a lot is that even whenever we talk about inclusive communications, most of us, especially in the people and talent space, we are thinking about communication in writing or communication verbally, right? We are not paying attention to some of the images that we are sharing. We are not paying attention to how, when, and what type of documents we are sharing. Are they accessible? Are we sharing a PDF document that can be actually accessed through a screen reader? And that is a sort of conversation that unfortunately I don't think many companies or many people, professionals are having. And that adds to why this change is actually hard. We are not doing the things that we are supposed to be doing. So passing it on back to you, Molly.
Thank you. And that's the thing about change. It is incredibly hard, but it's also possible. We spent some time naming some of the barriers, the many challenges that we face, especially in the workplace, to addressing language, its direct impact on culture and the way that people feel at work and show up at work. And I would like to ask all of you, what are in your work, what are some of the strategies or some of the wins that you've helped move people or organizations from intention, good intention, the desire to create more equitable, inclusive spaces? What have you used to take them from intention to long-lasting change? Um, I will start maybe with Katarina this time.
I had a feeling. I knew you were going to say my name. Okay. So let's talk about some best practices. There's so much that you can do. I will say that from the way that I work with my clients, I'm often coming in as a one-time speaker, getting the conversation started. And I don't often have that opportunity to be the person seeing the long-term change happen. But the advice that I give is make accessibility plans mandatory. Do something simple like that so that any initiative for employees, for product development, whatever it is, that people have to figure out how to include accessibility in that initiative. That is mandatory. The first efforts probably won't be complete, but the journey will start. Another best practice that I think is really important for moving from awareness to action is to include multiple aspects to your action. a lot of people focus on education, building awareness, training. That is really important. And oftentimes, training is not even effective or inclusive in the way that it's delivered. So I think we need to improve training and we need to create simple language guidelines. I think this is another practice that organizations can use, especially when it comes to disability. If there is a document with internal language guidelines that you are educating everyone on using, for example, person first, identity first language. As an organization, if you've made a decision on what you are going to use and why, but then offer room for everyone to self identify in the way that works for them, that will help people feel more confident in their communications. It's also, there's a lot of terms that are confusing. So, providing clarity, for example, on when to use neurodiversity, when to say neurodivergent, and giving some examples will also help people. So ultimately, language, I believe, is an entry point to opening up deeper conversations about what's underneath language, like ableism, attitudes about disability, how people feel about it. And language is just the beginning. And I'll pass it back to you, Molly.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Katarina. I will shoot over to Suzanne.
Your equitable distribution meant I knew I was next. So I've been 3, I've been 1. It was time to be 2. All right, so I'm going to piggyback on what Katarina was saying and say that the more that there are tools that are in place that are good tools and are well distributed so people can take advantage of them, the more you can prevent problematic language in planned communications, right? So it's not the things that happen in everyday communications and meetings and Slack channels, but sort of planned things, right? So the 3 things that I've developed for clients, and I put 2 of them in my book to be distributed, but if people have an audience checklist, right? So you can go through and make sure you haven't forgotten about people who are going to be in your audience. That's the first one. And I think of all 3 of these as like a pilot with a clipboard going around the plane before it takes off, before your communications take off. If you go through these safety checklists, you can make sure that you don't have a damaged wing or whatever before you take off, right? So an audience checklist, a glossary for terminology, like when is it neurodiverse? When is it neurodivergent? We want to say wheelchair user and not wheelchair bound. We don't want to say suffering from, all of those things. And then I would say a quick reference list of suggested substitutions, right? So people can just go. So the checklist and the substitutions I put at the end of my book. So people could just look and be like, I feel like tone deaf isn't right. And then they look and they're like, oh, okay, sure. Here's what I use instead. And for the checklist, I wrote down just to tell you the kinds of things that you can look at, right? So I pulled out from my book. So as you're writing something or editing something, you can think about what are the physical abilities and disabilities of the people in my audience. So this goes right to accessibility and also thinking through what other perspectives are. Will my communications be accessible to people who are deaf or hard of hearing, blind or low vision? For events, are my communications giving an accurate representation of the physical accessibility of the space and event? This is something I have learned from following disability activists, how infrequently especially pre-COVID, pre-pandemic, how infrequently you actually have an accurate assessment of how it will be to get there and if you can even get in. And am I avoiding erasing anyone in the disabled community and remembering pain points? Am I going to avoid using language that upsets them? And I'm going to say one more thing and then hand it over. And that is people talk about pronouns a lot when it comes to inclusive language, but they don't talk about the pronouns that I think are sliding under the radar a lot, which is we, you, and us, where people will talk about we or you or use imperatives where there's an implied you. And they're completely forgetting about people with disabilities in that. So when I'm on retainer for some companies and I review articles before they come out. And when an abled person will write about, for example, a blind client in some accessibility stuff, I pulled stuff from this too, just so I didn't forget. So they write things like, take a look at this screenshot of the website. That's a lot of information to take in. Now imagine buying a stock for the first time, but doing it with your eyes closed. And I had to be like, there are blind and hard of yeah, and blind and low vision people in your audience who will be accessing this through a screen reader. You can't write as if it's an abled person talking to an abled person. And so the we and you and imperatives, I encourage people to take a look and make sure that they're not writing as if it's able to abled and forgetting about the fact that your audience is actually much larger.
Amazing. Danny.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna add on onto everything that Dr. Suzanne and Katarina were talking about. So we talked about putting together a checklist and having an understanding of what language we are going to be using and when and how. And I actually like to focus on the how because, again, I come from systemic and operations backgrounds and I work with talent and HR people. So I want to help them actually make all of these things a reality, right? So one of the things that I like doing is whatever process or project we are working on, I like to break it down into very bite-sized steps and try to understand how can I embed all of the things that Dr. Suzanne was talking about and Katarina was talking about, and how I can make them easy to use, right? So for example, if we are putting together a checklist of words that we are going to be avoiding, right? We're going to be using that. So an example could potentially be an interview, right? So we can make sure that interviewers and hiring managers have access to that checklist and that they review it before interviewing a candidate so they're not using ableist language with a candidate. Or again, if we are having a meeting as the one that we are having right now, or we are interviewing someone and we know that there might be some biases taking place, we can use a Zoom background as the one you, Molly, and Katarina are using, just to make sure that we are focusing on the other person when we are having a conversation. So we are not getting distracted by all of the things that I have in my background. But even when doing that, we want to double click and we want to make sure that whatever solution we are offering is actually applicable and helpful for that situation, right? Because maybe a blurry background could be amazing in the conversation that we are having. But if we are having a conversation with someone who speaks ASL, maybe some of the sign languages are getting lost in the blurry background, right? So what I would suggest doing again is break down every single piece of communication that you're having, either in writing, verbally, a meeting, a huge event that you are running, and try to break it down into tiny steps and see where can I, where can we embed all of the things that Suzanne and Katarina taught us already, so we can make the process equitable and inclusive without having to put the burden on the other person. So yeah, hopefully that helps.
This is incredible. I'm having so much fun and am learning so much. And I hope our audience is too. And actually, it brings us, we are back to you, audience. Time to do some more reflection. Um, we asked you at the beginning of this session to think about a phrase that has made you pause at some point. We've talked through some of the barriers and challenges. We've heard some amazing tips and very actionable insights of things that we can all do to change language, to challenge the status quo. So it's that commitment time. What is one phrase you'll rethink after today, or one thing you might do to help your organization, to help the people around you navigate through some of these changes? And again, feel free to throw these into, I don't like the way that I said that. Feel free to add these into the chat, and we can take a look at some of them. Walk away with, that's a big one. Walk through for demonstrations or instructions. walk away from this meeting, don't forget about people who lip read. Um, some amazing neurodiverse versus neurodivergent. Look at this, walk away from this. Weekly stand-ups, amazing. Our ask of all of you is to take what you've learned here today uh, and help us create small changes, small victories that will make big impact in the places where we work, the places we live, in our communities, etc. We have put together some resources for all of you. We ask that you scan this QR code if you are so inclined. There are lots of articles, tools, guides, etc., that are in this document. More will be added, so please feel free to come back to it, visit it often. Sorry, just reading some things from the chat. And if you have questions, please feel free to reach out to Greer or to Jessica. They can, link us back to us, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have. So as we are wrapping up, I will ask if any of our panelists, Dani, Katarina, Suzanne, if you have any final comments that you would like to leave the audience with here today. No? Okay, excellent. So, Katarina, yes.
Yes, just a reminder that I said earlier that because I have a hearing disability, I will never jump in. So if this is not a lived experience that you connect to, then just letting you know that because I have sometimes talked over someone else without meaning to. So that's why I use the little raise hand button. So I just want to say that I hope that all of you connect to community. Conversations about language can be very charged, especially online. And I've experienced that as a creator. Every time that I share tips on language, I'll receive a lot of pushback. And unfortunately, sometimes it comes from the disability community. And there are some people who say, oh, well, I'm not offended by this. So they're trying to invalidate the tips or the language changes. And I think it's really important to recognize that if you don't have to be personally offended by it for it to be offensive. And let's engage in community care. If language is offensive to some people, let's do our best to address it and make those changes. So thank you.
Thank you so much. As we wrap up, I would like to thank Katarina, Dani, Suzanne, for all of your thoughtful insights, for your engaging questions, tips, everything you shared with us. And thank you to all of you for engaging so deeply in this conversation. You have been a wonderful audience, giving us food for thought. And we would love, I think, to continue this conversation with all of you on LinkedIn, on Slack, on all of the different spaces in which we are in community. Our final call to action is simple but powerful. Rethink, reframe, rebuild. If we come back to the idea from the beginning of this session that language is a living and breathing organism, progress doesn't start and it doesn't end. It is a constant evolution that we are learning and working towards together. So when we say rethink, we invite you to rethink the everyday language that we use, to pause before defaulting, like Katarina mentioned, modeling for those who you're speaking with. You don't like the way that you said something, and so rephrasing, rethinking that. Reframe how we talk about ability, inclusion, and difference. Moving from language that labels or limits to language that invites and connects. And rebuild the systems and cultures around us so inclusive language isn't just a personal choice, but a shared norm woven into how we lead, hire, teach, collaborate, communicate. Changing language is often the first visible sign of deeper transformation. It's how we begin to make belonging real. So thank you to all of you again, to our wonderful panelists, to Greer, to Jessica, for this fantastic Rethink Ability Summit. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to turn on just a little music. We'll give everybody a break for about 15 minutes, and then we'll be back with our next session. Thanks, team.
show you why. Yeah, yeah. We ain't gonna have to cry no tears. Yeah, yeah. Show you why. Yeah, yeah. No tears. All our tears in God's own memory. All I show you why. Yeah, yeah. We ain't gonna have to cry no tears. One of these old days. One of these old days. We ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days. One of these old days. We ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days. One of these old days. We ain't gonna cry no more.
All right, I am going to go ahead and pin our next host, Isaac. All right. Welcome, Isaac. Isaac's going to say a few words before we hop into a short video. Isaac, we're so lucky to have you here from Real Abilities. I would love it if you would give us a little explanation on what you do, what you're doing today. He's going to have a wonderful hosted conversation after we show a video. So welcome, Isaac. So glad you're here.
Thank you so much, Greer. Excited to be here. Thank you all for being here and for taking the time, of course. I am the CEO and co-founder of the Real Abilities Film Festival. We are the leading disability film festival in the world and present great films that change perceptions on disability. Our new tagline is Reframing Disability, and we use cinema as a way to break stigmas, change perceptions, and put disability in the spotlight, which is so underrepresented. We tackle disabilities of every kind and include films about any kind of disability that you can imagine or can't imagine. And we present these films at our New York Festival, which runs in April, and then share them around the country at satellite festivals throughout the year. We also bring our films both to the educational spaces. We just signed a great deal with the New York public school system to present our films in all schools as educational materials. Movies can be educational and not just entertainment, and mostly I think they are. And we also bring them to workplaces and have our workplace space. There's much more about Real Abilities, but I'll share that for later. I think a great way to kind of see the quality of the work and the representation that we like to put out there is through this film that we're going to watch now. We're watching a really short movie, so don't worry, it's not gonna, you don't blink, basically. And it's a film called Milky Pop Kid from a few years back that we showed at the festival. And it also talks internally about the film industry, which is something that we try to be leaders in terms of changing the industry. And I think it tackles all the issues that we come across and are aiming to change. So and hopefully this film also does it in a way when people see we show this film in a lot of workplaces. And especially October, of course, is Disability Employment Awareness Month. This film is one of our most popular ones because it really talks about authenticity within the film industry. So without further ado, enjoy the Milky Pop Kid.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm not here for your amusement. I'm not here for your amusement. Hello? I feel like disabled people are severely underrepresented in film and television. As an actor, I feel like it's my job to hold a mirror up to the audience so that you, as an audience member, can see me. And disabled people have mirrors too.
I get asked to do these consultancy things all the time. And the really frustrating thing is you never get paid to do it. But I decided to do this one because I wanted to meet the Milky Pop Kid. Hi, it's Jules. I'm here.
Great. Come on up.
How do I get up there?
Ah, I'm so sorry.
Story of my life. No one ever thinks about access.
That's the sort of research I need to know. Stairs plus wheelchair. Not good. So, thank you for coming.
No worries.
Did the producers, they filled you in with...
You've got a film, right? You want to do some research.
Yes, exactly right. So just to start with like a couple of questions that are pretty simple because we were getting to know each other. I don't want to go like too far into the deep end, but just to begin with, how do you have sex?
Oh, I don't know. Would you like me to give you a demonstration?
That's okay. That's okay. Have you seen any of my work or...
Oh, you're the Milky Pop kid, right? I knew I recognized you from somewhere.
Well, I meant other things besides the Milky Pop Kid.
The jingle. You surely you still have the jingle.
I'm not gonna do the jingle. Milky Pops, Milky Pops. Every kid loves Milky Pops.
Yes.
I'm just trying to, move past that.
Yeah, isn't it fun having things that we're trying to move past?
Exactly, and I get stopped on the middle of the street, and people want me to, sign their Milky Pops, and I'm like, I'm a human being.
Nice to be recognized as a human being, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, getting stopped on the street all the time, and like people giving you weird looks and things, all about.
I guess so, yeah.
The Milky Pop Kid was definitely a great launch for my career. I am a child of the method.
I'm so frustrated. I know that I could do a better job at this role than Craig ever could.
I'm just having trouble finding the disability inside of me.
I feel like a really good way to do that would be to take your shirt off.
Take my shirt off during the scene, or?
Well, let's try it now and see what happens.
So this is what it feels like to be disabled? Or?
Yeah.
Right. Something else that I was trying to figure out is the voice. I just want to sound like I'm disabled.
Do you have anything you could, fill your mouth up with?
Put a couple in? Or?
Yeah. See what happens.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Oh, that's
Try
good.
a few more.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Still not quite there.
More? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Keep it going, keep it going. I was only playing with him. I just wanted to see how far he'd go with his method.
Dustin Hoffman in Rain Man. Daniel Day-Lewis in My Right Foot. Julia Roberts and Erin Brockovich. As soon as I heard about the role, a lawyer who's also disabled, I thought, cha-ching!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today you are called upon to make an important decision. And whatever you decide, it will impact the course of someone's life forever. But first, I advise you to check your assumptions. I am here because I know what it feels like to be judged and dismissed on the basis of first impressions, to have your truth denied and not be taken seriously. I believe that everyone has a right to be heard, and I will fight for that right until my dying days.
Thank you, folks. There's so much to say here, and I'm happy to open this for as much of a conversation as possible and take your comments and thoughts. But just to start with a little bit, and Greer, please let me know when I'm running like my last 5 minutes. I'm sure you'll keep me in line. But first of all, I love to start with the first line of this movie, which is, "I'm not here for your entertainment." He repeats that line twice. The movie is making this statement about the disability, about how disability is treated within culture. I'm not here for your entertainment. It really takes apart, and I think in a very humorous way. Hopefully, you all got that was a mockumentary, not a real documentary. I should have said that off the bat. Um, and turns on its head really your classic casting opportunities, and it's from the beginning till the end, from her not being able to get up the stairs. That, by the way, really happens. I have seen casting calls for people who are wheelchair users who were done. The casting call was done at walk-ups with no access. Of course, there are many more examples of the lack of access that sometimes exists for people to just enter the industry. From the fact that sometimes people with disability are there just to be the advisors, as opposed to be taken as like, oh wait, I can actually be part of the creative process here. And often not paid is a real thing too, which she mentions here in this film. The film also dives into kind of some of the tropes that have been really troubling in Hollywood. He references, he's, by the way, a great character. I find it hysterical. How he says, "I'm a child of the method," and takes himself so seriously. And she has, by the way, all the control. She's getting him to take his shirt off. She is leading the whole situation and kind of messing around with him the whole time, which I think is also brilliant. Because often in film, the person with the disability does not have the control, like we saw in this film. But he brings up at one point in one of his monologues, he brings up Rain Man, which happens to be one of my favorite examples of bad filmmaking, and in terms of disability representation. Fabulous film in general, but in terms of disability representation, what Rain Man, I hope you're all familiar with Rain Man, Academy Award-winning film with Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise. What it really did to the autism community, that was the first big public space for people to learn about autism. And what they had there was somebody who was savant, somebody who was a really rare version of autism. And now since then, people think, oh, you have autism, you're probably really good at chess, or can count cards, or can tell me how many matches are in a matchbox. Which is obviously not the case, and kind of denormalized autism, and autism's like has been spending its time trying to make its way back to being normalized ever since then. Somebody in the Greer wrote, if you've met a person with autism, you've met one person with autism. Every autism experience is different. And Rain Man might even speak about one specific one, but that one happened to be the one in the, I guess, late 80s when it came out, or early 90s. It got all the attention, and really, for many, taught them what autism is, and it was really a misrepresentation. But Hollywood is filled with misrepresentations. First of all, there's rarely authenticity. When there's rarely research that's done. There's rarely representations of disability in a progressive way, where disability is just part of the story, where disability is normalized.
Isaac, did your audio go out, Isaac? Did anyone else lose Isaac's audio?
No, I can
that was
hear it
just
still.
me? Okay, never mind. Ignore me.
Okay, I'm still here. Thank you, Greer. Thanks for checking. Hope you could hear me. But of course, Hollywood, often casts disability as either a hero or a villain, and in these, and not so much in the normality of disability life. So what we try to do at Real Abilities is actually take these films, and we show films that this one happens to be talking about the topic that we address through all of our films. We try to reframe, as I said, reframe disability, and put disability first of all, putting it in the spotlight, because it's rarely in the spotlight, and then actually showing disability like it's never been shown before, giving examples of disability that are actually more realistic, more responsible in terms of its both authenticity and in terms of like the research and the production that's gone into it. What's gone even further is like this movie. This movie is in first person. This movie was told, it's written by the woman who stars in it. And so it comes from within very clearly. It's somebody who had to have the disability experience in order to share this specific story here. And we look for films that are first person, that are authentic through and through. So we look for films that the filmmaking process included people with disabilities, and the storytelling and production itself is not only on high level, but is also authentic as well. And we manage to find every year dozens of films, actually too many films, that are both great movies and fit all the topics that we look for in a film. Authentically cast, authentically made, new representations that we've like disability like we've never seen it before, and still don't have enough room for all of our good films. So then we look for places to present them and really educate and change culture through these films. And hopefully this film was a great example about, I think this film is ultimately about creating that cultural change that is needed. And of course, short films are great for workspaces and schools because you could actually even have a conversation after them. We show features and feature-length films and shorts as well in every genre. So I will take a break for a moment, a breath, and allow you to be a part of this conversation. If anyone has any comments or thoughts, don't be shy. I don't know if I missed anything in the chat. I'm sorry if I wasn't following.
Nope, no
What's the
questions in
name
the
of
chat
it
yet,
again?
but feel free.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, what was the name of the Milky, what was the
The
rest of it?
Milky Pop Kid.
Thank you.
So I'll share a little bit more as you guys think of your questions or get over the shyness. I'll just share a little bit more about other things that Real Abilities has been doing to make these films accessible. So first of all, we create accessibility as an accessibility festival. We raise the bar. Every film has captions and audio description. We have a streaming site that's connected to our main site, realabilities.org/stream. And on our streaming site, we are just about next week, we're adding a new widget that will revolutionize viewing. It allows, and it's mostly designed for, I'd say, people on the autism spectrum or neurodivergent, but really can serve, as we know, anyone. And it allows you to shape your screen, what you're watching, in ways that are comfortable for you. So you can, if you prefer watching things as an animation, you could turn it into animation. If you want to change the coloring because the contrast is uncomfortable for you, you can control it all through a widget, and hopefully this is something that will grow, because right now it will only be available on the Real Abilities streaming site. I mentioned our educational program and our workplace program. We work with a lot of HR representatives to bring and help start disability programs within the workplace, sometimes as training, but sometimes as for part of the employee resource group, and allowing them to have a way to connect and spend a moment with some great entertaining and educational films. So we do those as well. We also have an industry summit where we where we really talk deeply about the film industry and the arts and performing arts industry in general. So during our festival in New York, we hold 2 days where we dive into accessibility within the arts and try to change perceptions there and raise awareness and really highlight some of the great work that's being done out there. Much more, we're a year-round program, not just at our festivals, and continue to screen films year-round, support films in their filmmaking process. And most importantly, try to get films out there. Please help spread the word. That's our biggest call to action, is getting people to spread the word about not being afraid to see disability films, knowing that disability films can be not what you expected. And I think for Real Abilities, that goes across the bar. We kind of look for films that are not what you expected and not what you would think would be shown at a disability film festival. And touch on every genre, as I mentioned, as many kinds of disabilities as possible, and really put together a diverse program. So a question in the chat: how did I get started with the Real Abilities? What is the history? I'm one of the co-founders. I'm a big believer that film is a form of education, as I've noted. And I was running the film center at the JCC in Manhattan. And we were looking for films to show. And I showed, as part of our weekly series, I showed some disability films. And I saw that everybody was afraid to show these films, and that they were films that really weren't being shown in other places and were really great. And after a while, films and enough of these films, you show one film, people start sending you other ones that fit into that genre. And I suddenly saw on my desk that I have a whole stack that can really make a great festival. I myself am neurodivergent and grew up with learning disabilities and ADHD, and yet it was coming from a place of, it wasn't coming from there. I hadn't actually owned that part of my identity quite yet. It was thanks to Real Abilities and running the festival that I really dove deeper into the disability community, and proud to be a member and to understand it from within and represent it from within. And the festival very quickly took off, and one of the key components of our festival is partnerships. We started it. My co-founder is a woman who was working with a network of disability organizations, and we started it with these disability organizations to really make it for them. Here's what is important to you. What do you want to see out there? How do you want to see representation? And that's how we built it. And it's grown and changed a lot over the years, but I think that core remains the same in many ways, and what we were looking for also remains the same. So I think we were onto something from the beginning. I see another question here. What are some things you're doing to keep the festival accessible for participants? I just back from the Austin Film Festival, and the pals and I are once again talking about the myriad of ways the festival is not accessible for all folks. Oh my God, tell me about it. I mean, it's really every film festival out there, even the ones that are trying, and we work with so many of them to really, we're the go-to for, you want to make your film festival more accessible, and everybody does these days. They come to us, and unfortunately, I'm not seeing enough change in a lot of the festivals that I'm familiar with. So what we do, as I mentioned, all of our films, 100% of our films, you don't have to ask if this film's going to have audio description or going to have captions. We show it with audio, with open captions. The audio description is available to all. We have sensory friendly rooms. We do sensory friendly screenings. We of course look for we look for spaces. That's what one person asked here. What is our connection to the JCC? The JCC here in Manhattan has one of the few, if only, theaters in New York City that presents high quality screening capabilities, meaning like, you feel like you're in a movie theater of the highest quality. And at the same time has accessibility. So the building is universally designed. Everybody comes in the same way and takes the elevators down together. There's no, you have to go in the back way for an accessible entrance. And then the theater itself, we have there at times, for many of our screenings, over 40 wheelchair users. And to have that level of accessibility, you can't find that. I've looked at every movie theater out there, and they'll be like 2, maybe, and a really big one, they'll have 5 wheelchair seats. And that's also rare. And we need more than that. One of the beautiful things that's come out of the festival over the years is that we've built a community. That wasn't, at first we were just about bridging gaps between the disability community and the mainstream community, and really bringing both communities together. But what's also happened is that the disability community has seen this as one of the cornerstones throughout the year where this community, especially those who are interested in movies and the arts, get together. And I mean, we do some screenings. We did a screening of a film from Sundance called Deaf President Now, and I'd say more than 75% of the audience was deaf. It was the home screening for this film. This was like, oh, now you're playing for your audience. So I hope that answers a little bit. I also saw a question about why is Real Abilities connected to the JCC? So I mentioned that. The JCC is also where the festival was founded. So for our first 16 years, we were part of the JCC in Manhattan. The last 2 years, we've become completely independent. We are now our own 501c3 nonprofit and have become more independent. We do screen in other locations outside of the JCC, but I am going to admit this is our accessibility-wise, this is our #1 screening room. Probably also quality-wise, to be honest. Any other questions? More films. First of all, to learn more, please check out realabilities.org. The URL has been put in the chat. You could check out all of our programs there, all the different cities we present in, and of course our international program, which brings Real Abilities pretty much everywhere. We have our streaming site, of course, and the educational program that I mentioned that are also ways to see more films and to dive in deeper. We are always happy to bring Real Abilities to wherever. For us, it's about getting these films out there to the communities and to impact them as deeply as possible. Can you share ways we can support if we are not in New York or can't access live screenings? So as mentioned, yes, we're in a dozen other cities across the US. You can start your own. You can bring it to your workplace. You can bring it to other workplaces, schools. We also do a program called the Taste of Real Abilities, which is kind of like you're not taking on a full festival, but actually just bringing in a taste of the films. Most of our films, unfortunately, there's like a couple of disability films every year that get picked up for distribution. Most of them do not. So we are the ones that are we feel responsible to these films to get them out there, and we try to elevate them as much as possible and get them as many eyeballs as possible. I'm proud to say that even through our workplace programs, we've worked with some of the largest companies out there. So like, Walmart has shown our films, and major banks have shown our films, and they're reaching their staff, which are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, which is amazing to get so many people to actually see these films and see this kind of representation that, like the film that you saw today, is really not the way disability is usually shown. Reaching out, info@realabilities.org is we put that in the chat as well, and you can definitely reach out to us for anything. We are happy to continue the conversation, big or small. Happy to bring you in and connect with you further. We would love to hear more. And tomorrow, yes, tomorrow there is another Real Abilities screening as part of this program here at Rethink Ability. So check that one out. We also have a film we have 17 years of past films. We're working on our 18th year now. And we have a film pretty much on every topic you can imagine, intersectionality on every level. So please check us out for more. We actually have on our website also an archive of all of our past films, so you can get a taste of what topics we've covered. And of course, we're happy to work with you as well to find the right film for you or films. Yes, and tomorrow my colleague Ravitu is here and posting all these helpful posts in the chat. She'll be leading the session tomorrow. So please compare. We're very competitive, and I will take your votes and let us know which session was better. That was a joke.
Well, I mean, it's recorded, so now we have to do that. Well, Isaac, thank you so much for joining us, for sharing this story, for sharing that video. I think even how short it was, it's so impactful to really understand how do people who are disabled, who live with disabilities, actually get treated in the film industry. I don't think it's stuff that we think about. So really appreciate your perspective here. We're going to go ahead and take another quick little break. We'll be back in 20 minutes. And so Isaac, thank you. And we look forward to seeing your next video tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, we are back for our next session. So give me a second and please welcome, let's see, Dr. Akila Kadei. You are now a co-host. And then we are also going to welcome Dr. Angela Young. You are also now a co-host.
Hello.
Welcome. Welcome. I'm going to turn
Thank
it to
you.
you two.
We're so excited to be here. Can we just take a moment to applaud Greer and Jess for just doing a wonderful job with this inaugural conference, summit gathering? It's a big deal. So thank you for doing this for us, for our disabled community, our accomplices and advocates of our community as well. Thank you. Thank you. We are excited to be in conversation with Dr. Angela Young. And before we get into our content, let's just do some intros. So, Dr. Angela Young, I'll let you take it away for your intro and image descriptions.
Thank you, Dr. Kadei. I appreciate that. And before we begin, I would like to just take a moment to acknowledge what the people of Jamaica are going through today, and have gone through last night. So as we are here, in this space celebrating what it means to be accessible, just please keep in mind all of the people who are impacted by the weather, due to, restrictions and limitations that come as being someone who is disabled and possibly not being able to, get out of harm. So just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that. There's a lot of people suffering today, and we want to hold space for that. So this kind of goes into intersectionality. This goes into exactly what we're going to be talking about today, and it goes into exactly what this conference is about. So for myself, I am, queer. I am non-binary. I use they them pronouns. I am also deaf, and I am also multiply disabled. I joke with people that I keep the list of my disabilities on my phone because I cannot remember them all, but it's actually true. There are 21 of them, and I can't remember all of my conditions, so I keep them on my phone. So every time I go to a doctor, a new doctor or a new specialist, I usually present them with a one-pager pertaining to the rare diseases that I have, the things that they're probably not going to know about, because if this is something that's occurring, 1 in 400,000, then I'm probably the only person they'll ever meet, with that condition. So, through all of these intersectional lenses, I approach accessibility strategy, and my work lives at the intersection of disability and queerness and education. I started my career in teaching, K to 12 and higher ed, and then I lead accessibility training now across a major enterprise organization, and every piece of my identity informs how I build systems of inclusion. And these systems of inclusion aren't abstract ideals, they're something that are human, and that are practical, and that we can actually live successfully. So, Dr. Akila, please take it away.
Yeah, well, as a Caribbean person, what we just saw from Dr. Angela Young is that you can use your platform and your privilege in any space or place to talk about folks who are oppressed. So I really, really appreciate that. It was an excellent role model. We didn't even plan this. The world is ending. But anyway, hi, Dr. Keela Kadei here. I am the founder and CEO of Change Today. I'm located in Oakland, California. I'm seated in my office with my wonderful book behind me, White Supremacy is All Around, Notes from a Black Disabled Woman in a White World. And then my portraits of my dog, who has since passed, behind me. I have long golden braids that hang on my white t-shirt that you can buy that says you can use your spoons for ice cream around my actual hand, and ice cream for the spoons that I've given myself. As disabled folks, as chronically ill folks, we need to pour back into ourselves. My pronouns are bad bitch. Otherwise, she, her, that works as well. And I am excited to be in conversation. So before we get to our first question, I don't want to brag, but I also have my comorbidities in my phone, and it's at 22. So do better, Dr. For those of you who may or may not know, I do have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It's a rare connective tissue disorder. I have a rare type of the there are 13 types. I have myopathic Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It has fucked my life in the best way. I am able to have a rare version of rare things, but it's allowed me to be more affirmed in my purpose. I also have other things going on that make me a wonderful, beautiful, stunning disabled baddie. So as we are thinking about intersectionality that Dr. Young set up so well, um, I would like to just share what my definition of intersectionality is and then pass it on to Dr. Young. So we can't talk about intersectionality without talking about Kimberly Crenshaw. She coined this term, a Black woman, in 1989. And it's about the intersections of our identity that relate to how we are treated systemically in society, spaces, places, and around people. So what does that look like? Dr. Young and I have already shared parts of intersectionality, but I am a Black person, I am a woman, I am disabled. I am homeowner. I'm a business owner. I'm a twin. I'm all of these things that add to who I am, my intersectionality. So another way to think about it is if you're in a bus and everyone in America is on this bus and we're going down the street, and the first intersection are people who make less than $50,000, they would have to get off. If the next intersection is women, they would have to get off. The next intersection is LGBTQ plus folks, they would have to get off. The next intersection is disabled, they would have to get off. Eventually, at the end of that destination for that bus, we would have heterosexual, cisgendered, non-disabled, um, privileged white guys that have the most power. And it's important to acknowledge that because our intersectionality, which can be a form of oppression, is the reason why it's hard for us to be seen, validated, heard in workspaces and places, as well as the health environments that we're in too. And so that is just my take of intersectionality, or intersections of what makes us wonderful and beautiful and great, but also relates to a lot of oppression. Dr. Young, what does intersectionality mean to you?
First of all, I'm so glad you called out that this term was coined by a Black woman, Kimberly Crenshaw. You know, unfortunately, when we tend to utilize terminology or we think about concepts, we don't really go back to the root of where they occurred, and that is so necessary. You know, intersectionality really is, for me, is, you know, the framework of what you can't see. So, you know, when you look at someone, like if you look at me, I am a white person with side shaved, curly purple hair. And when you look at me, you just see somebody with side shaved, curly purple hair. But what you don't see are all of the ways that my identities are intersectional. So, you know, I'm Greek and I'm queer, which if you know anything about being Greek, those two really don't go together. And, you know, I was raised in a very strict religious home, so I have a background in religious trauma. So those are all things that come together as layers that we don't really think about, you know, when we're interacting with people in a corporate space or in a professional space or in even personal spaces. You know, we're not thinking about all of the layers through which they are seeing something, through which their perspective is shining through, because they have all of these ways and methods that they need to unpack what they're receiving, the information they're receiving, right? The information all of us receive, or what's being said to us, or what we're experiencing, or what we're seeing go on, right, as the world is on fire right now. So we are processing all of these things through our layers and our perspectives, and that really is, you know, what intersectionality is about. And it's also really beautiful, and it's also really illustrative of the human experience. I mean, if we were all the same person, or if we had all the same experiences, that would be, you know, there would be no innovation. There would be nothing new. There would be no creativity, right? We wouldn't be putting beautiful things out into the world. And, you know, every day people with different perspectives and different voices are putting things out into the world, you know, in beautiful ways, like this conference, right? We all came together, the creators and the people on the steering committee for this conference, because we all recognize that while we have 1,000 different differences, we have something similar, which is that we've all been silenced, right? And we've all been told to sit down, and we've all been told to shut up, all of it, right? And you know, hey, when I make a mistake, if it's funny, I elevate it because it's, you know, it's funny. So what we recognize is that if we're experiencing it, other people are experiencing it, right? Other people are seeing what it's like to be told to sit down, and to shut up. And the joke I have with my family is, tell Dr. Young to sit down and see how loud they get, right? Because, that's the first thing that happens with me is if you tell me to be quiet, I get really, really loud on purpose in as many ways as possible. So in this rambling answer, intersectionality really is the framework that allows us to see the full picture of a person's lived experience. And that's what we're amplifying and celebrating throughout this event.
So I'm curious to know, like, how has intersectionality showed up for you in your workspace? What does that look like? Do you have a story to
Oh,
share, an example?
you know, um, ultimately, it really shows up in the assumptions that people make. I speak and I read lips, so people forget that I'm deaf. But if I could tell you my story about what it's like to be deaf when you're Greek, and if you don't know this, when you're Greek, if you don't.
Looks like we lost Dr. Young. They'll be
Okay.
back, I'm
Dr.
sure.
Young will be back. Well, I'll tell you a little story while we wait for
Oh,
Dr.
they're
Young to come
back.
There they
back.
are.
You're
There
back,
they
you're back, you're
are.
back. Oh,
They're
there you
back.
are.
I'm
there.
so sorry. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, my Zoom was just gone.
Well, I mean, we're here for the drama, so keep going. You're talking about being Greek.
Right. So when you're Greek, you ignore things that don't make sense to you or that you don't like. So when
Or aren't you supposed to put Windex on it?
yes, or you're
Yeah.
supposed to put Windex on it. Exactly. So if you haven't seen My Big Fat Greek Wedding, you need to watch it tonight. There's your Rethink Ability homework. Talk about intersectionality. You'll love that movie. So, and it takes place in Chicago. So, Greer, if you haven't watched that, you need to get on that. Okay, so, you know, let's go back to the assumptions, right? The assumptions that people make. And uh, that's really how intersectionality shows up at work for me. People are making assumptions about what I am able to do or what I am able not to do, and they're forgetting that honestly, one of our superpowers for being disabled is that we have ways of getting around things. We don't see things as a blocker. We just see things as something that it's a challenge that we have to overcome. So um, when I feel left out, it is a constant reminder that visibility doesn't always mean understanding, but it also shows up in community because I have people on my team that will say, "Hey, I noticed the captions weren't on for this meeting. Do you want me to ask the organizer to turn the captions on?" Or if someone uses incorrect pronouns for me, they'll say, "Hey, Dr. Young's pronouns are they, them." So that moment right there, that's intersectionality in motion. So it's not about grand gestures, it's just about people seeing each other fully, even when as a society we're kind of taught not to. We're kind of taught to conform. We're kind of taught to, make sure that we're not taking up too much space or we're not making people uncomfortable, right? And I used to apologize for being deaf. I used to say, "Hey, I'm really sorry I'm deaf. If you could speak up or if you could pull your mask down like during COVID, that would be really great. I'd really appreciate that." And I came at it from a place of, "I'm so sorry I'm inconveniencing you." But as the incredible, majestic Royal Highness Sonia Renee Taylor says, our bodies are not an apology, right? Like I don't need to apologize for being deaf or for being queer or for being tired or for being in pain or whatever. I come at my team and I let them know what my needs are for that day. And I am so fortunate to be on a team of entirely neurodiverse professionals who understand these things. But even if I weren't on a team of people like that, I would hope that what I'm mirroring is something, or modeling is something that other people can mirror, or other people can say, "Hey, you know what? I can speak up about my needs because Dr. Young did." That's the ultimate goal, right? It's modeling, and inclusivity in action, really. So,
100%.
with that,
Yeah.
I mean, we just talked about, right, how we come at professional spaces where we try to put ourselves in boxes and look as normal as possible, right, Dr. Cadet? I'm sure you've done the same thing. So
A little bit.
I want to ask you, because we are both people who suffer from chronic illnesses and chronic pain. So
Yeah.
invisible and, dynamic disabilities and chronic illnesses, they all pose challenges for folks who look normal, right? Because we know that 85% of the disabled population experiences an invisible disability. So what advice would you have for people who feel like they have to look normal or feel that kind of pressure to fit in?
Well, I think it's important to share that I'm dynamic, meaning I have visible and invisible disability. Everywhere I go, I'm a baddie, but sometimes it's with a cane or a neck brace. So someone could have a cue that's there. But even with a full-on bedazzled cane or a cane that says MF Boss, people will always say, what happened? And I respond with, I'm disabled. And they do not know what to do because I usually look cute or have a great outfit on, or I'm doing something and I'm functioning, and heaven forbid I smile or laugh, right? They can't understand how I could be disabled, right? So I have the privilege of going between visible and invisible disability, hence dynamic disability. But I also have to acknowledge that I have educational privilege and I have pretty privilege. So when being pretty, you can get away with so many things. It's not fair, but I use it to my advantage. Being a doctor, I can get away with so many things. I use it to my advantage. For those of you who may not know, my doctorate is in health science, actually from a med school, non-clinical, and leadership and organizational behavior. All three of my degrees are in health. Huge nerd here. So I'm very knowledgeable. But one way to kind of talk about how this can show up in the workplace, I was booked to do a talk for this startup company called Salesforce. I think they're going to make it. And I was asked to speak at a conference about inclusion specific to women. So when I arrived and I filled out the form and did all the things of what they needed to know for me, when I arrived to the venue with my cane, there were only stairs because it was this beautiful kind of painted ladies' home in San Francisco, California. The venue was up a long ass flight of stairs, no elevator, no nothing. Now I'm at a conference about inclusion and I was excluded. I'm obsessed with the vintage collection too. I was excluded. So I was like, hey, or is there elevator? Blah, blah, blah. They're like, no, oh my gosh, we're so sorry. Panic just on the face. So I slowly went up the stairs. Now, I bring this up because the venue of the main stage was upstairs, but the food and the drinks were downstairs. So how, what? Right? There's a little cafe upstairs, but like the lunch and the main stuff was downstairs. So then I sit and I wait for my time to go on stage. The stage also only had stairs. Oh, sorry, the stage didn't have stairs. It was just a stage. You just had to get up there yourself. No stairs. So, I get myself on the stage. I'm sure some of you have done it before. It's a sit down and just kind of just wing your legs over, right, to the side, and then hope no one's looking at, my glorious ass as I get up. So I sit down and we're talking about inclusion. And I'm asked a question about intersectionality and how important it is to support women and being funded and tech and all this other stuff. And I said, for example, I was booked to speak here today and I'm openly disabled. Everyone knows I'm disabled. It's out there. And no one asked for my accommodations. People cared more about my food accommodations than the accommodations I needed in the space. So immediately at that moment in time, Salesforce was incredibly apologetic. They wanted to dote on me and help me. But I use that because when people see this body, they don't equate that with disability because the messaging in the world is a person who uses a wheelchair or a person who is deaf or a person who is visually impaired, right? It's not me. They don't see someone like me. They don't see someone who's dynamic. And it leaves me out of the equation. So I'm not thought in those situations. And so the advice that I have for folks is if you can ask what fucking food people can eat, then you can ask their other accommodations. Food preference is great. That's also can be tied to chronic illness. It can also be tied to disability. That is important. I'm not saying don't do that, but extend it into the space. Second is if you ask for what is needed for people to feel welcome and valued into the space of everyone, then you can prepare. But here's the thing. You have to actually do it. I can't tell you how many times where people are asking for accommodations. I'm like, I would appreciate having a padded seat. And there's no padded seat. there's no follow-up. There's nothing. So you actually have to do what you are doing in that space. And then third, if you are privileged to be in a position where you're non-disabled or you have invisible or dynamic disability, you can use your power and privilege to remind folks to think about those who may need the support or the accommodation in the space. So with that said, we are in positions where we have to exhaustively advocate for ourselves while simultaneously advocating for others to be further compounded by being forgotten, even when there has been acknowledgement of what needs to be done in the space. And so that whole part can be incredibly, incredibly tricky. So, Dr. Young, my question to you is, what do you think organizations, spaces, and places are missing when it comes to accommodation? And how can they support the learning and unlearning needed to support and live with those chronic conditions or disabilities? For those who may not know, learning is what we're all doing here today. Unlearning is a little bit harder. Learning you've done in school or from your parents, and that's how you learn how to be ableist or racist or a wonderful, helpful person, right? But the unlearning is, wow, my parents did teach me, or my caretakers did teach me how to be ableist or racist. So I want to unlearn that behavior. So we're learning and unlearning today. So what are those things that are missing when it comes to accommodation, and how can they be supported for learning and unlearning for folks with chronic illness or disability in the workspace? Dr. Young.
It's one word, really. I mean, they're missing the why. So too many companies are saying, accommodations are paperwork. This is something you request. You need an accommodation, send an email, fill out paperwork. Paperwork is very cold. It's impersonal, right? So when you request an accommodation, it's seen as, what do I need to do to fulfill this thing? What do I need to do to get this piece of paper off my desk, right? What do I need to do to check this box, to check this off my list? So people aren't seeing accommodations as something you deserve. But accommodation is culture. It's how we say as people, hey, I see that you're here and I want you to stay here. I want you to be able to, thrive in this space. So we need to unlearn the idea that access is reactive. Access is not reactive. Access should be something that everybody deserves from day one. It's proactive, right? You would never go to a movie theater and sit through an entire movie with movie theater ticket prices the way they are and crappy, shitty movie theater food prices the way they are, and sit there and be like, I couldn't hear anything for this entire 2.5 hour movie, and the movie was great. Like, you would never do that. That's insane, right? We would never do anything like that or expect anyone to do anything like that. But yet, people who come to work every day where their accommodations aren't being met, they are sitting through 8 hours, not just 2.5 hours of a crappy movie, but 8 hours of a crappy movie. And not only is it a crappy movie, but when you're at a movie theater, you can get up and leave when you want to, right? When you're at work, you can't do that. So, basically you're sitting in this environment where you're stuck, and I don't want to use certain phrases about, other places where you could be stuck in a box where you can't get out. But, basically, work is you're stuck there for 8 hours. If you can't do your 8 hours, then you have to make up that time, right? If you only worked 36 hours this week because you're not feeling well, what's the first thing on your mind? Oh God, when can I make up this time? Right? So, organizations aren't saying that, hey, we're going to give you what you need immediately. Most organizations wait for someone to ask, but I've got news for you. If you're an inclusive organization, you're not waiting until people ask. You're designing the flows around your organizations, both digitally and in the built environment, whatever those processes and protocols and environments look like, you're designing them already with the assumption.
Oh, we're on a flow. But Zoom is just zooming today. There we
There
go.
they are.
Welcome back.
There they are.
I have words I'd like to say, but I'm not going to. I don't know what is going on with my Zoom today, and I am so sorry. I really don't know what's going on.
Apology rejected. It has nothing to do with you. We're here
Okay,
for the drama. The
so
rant was good. Keep going.
okay, I'm not done yet. Yeah, I'm like halfway through. Okay. The other thing I want to say is, and actually Zoom's probably like, you know what? Shut up. So
What do you mean?
the
Because
other
Zoom got rid of
thing,
all their DEI and they don't care about us anymore?
so Zoom is modeling what not to do. No. Okay, so I will not be silenced, Zoom. I will not be silenced. Okay, so the other thing I want to say is that you do not owe anyone proof of your pain or your disability. Okay, I used to come with receipts every time I came to a new job or a new space or whatever. I used to pull out my like resume, right? Of all my chronic disabilities and of everything I was going through, and trying to prove why I needed accommodations. Hey, nobody's goddamn business. It's nobody's business. Okay. So, like, at organizations, you need to come into a new role or stepping into a new organization, you come in your own self knowledge. So you anchor yourself in your own self knowledge. Don't worry about what others understand or don't understand or believe or don't believe. Learn your patterns, learn your limits, and then you name what helps you succeed. And that's not weakness, that's wisdom and advocacy. Straight up.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
we, if someone's saying to you, you don't look disabled, access isn't about how you look, it's about how you live. So no matter what you look like, that's not access. I'm sitting here today with a face full of, what my dear friend Sam Evans calls corporate drag. So I'm sitting here today with my makeup on and my hair is done and I've got my favorite jacket on. You know what's on the bottom? A pair of like my inside sweatpants, not even my outside sweatpants, okay? But my inside sweatpants and my Coach slippers because they make my feel warm and fuzzy and I love them. It was one of my splurges last year, right? I deserved Coach slippers. So damn it, I bought Coach slippers. So anyway, so you know what? You do what you need to do. There you go. All right, look, since we're holding up slippers, I'll take mine off too. See? Oh, well, I got my screen on, so it's hard to see.
Oh.
But you know what? We come here with the wisdom of knowing what we need and knowing that we are important enough, Sonia Renee Taylor again, right? Because we're not an apology. So we're important enough to ask for what we need. Like
100%. Yeah.
and honestly, if you ask someone for something that you need and they say no, like really, are we going to deny people what they need? Seriously? Like that, because then what, right? So, this leads into something I want to ask you, Dr. Cadet, is we just talked about, coming in wisdom and understanding what you need. So, what are some ways that once folks realize what they need and have the wisdom to understand their limitations, how can people advocate for themselves through leveraging their intersectionality? What would that look like?
So I use a lot of that was fantastic. If anyone wants to know, my slippers are Frida Salvador, wonderful brand. They're based here in the Bay, women owned. I love them. Um, there's so many things from what you said. I am going to focus on how to use your intersectionality. One thing I'm really great on is being petty when provoked. So I like to use my tools and resources to help people learn and unlearn. And I can do that because I'm a doctor. And it's ridiculous in America. When you're a doctor, people listen to whatever you say because 3%, right? Um, and 3% of people have a doctorate. Now, when I am in a position where people feel that I'm less than, I use my power and privilege for good. And that's what I mean by this pettiness. I use it for humor, but I'm using my power and privilege for good. So, for example, I have a Substack right now that says 2 million reasons why ableism is here to stay. Because I pissed off, because I pissed millions off as a disabled person who walks and has an advanced degree, but anyway, I'm in vogue. In that article, I talk about all the ways I was discriminated against on a work trip at the airport. And I use that for an example. I also have Instagram posts that goes along with it. And I have some beautiful gems on there. Um, it's all rooted in me being a professional victim and a complete burden to society, and making sure that nature is trying to remove me from the gene pool. But my favorite is, I'm sorry you're disabled. That sucks. But you need to stop expecting the world to change for you and instead need to be learning how to live in the world around you. And I bring that up because our disabled bodies, our chronically ill bodies are not the problem. It's the systems, the structures, the people, the spaces and places that are the issue. So what does that mean? You have to tap into your intersectionality to know how to use it for good. Again, I have this whole doctor thing that's very helpful. And so I will be in a position where I will write this article. I will be in a position where I will use storytelling to help people understand the situation of what they're going in. If people feel that they want to relate to my storytelling because of how I look or how I move in the world, and that helps them, fine. But what you really want to know is, what of my intersectionality can I use for the greater good? What tools do I have to be able to come in and advocate for yourself? Because here's the thing about being disabled or chronically ill, you're never advocating for just you. You're always advocating for the entire disability and or chronic illness community, because they view us as a monolith, which is why they're very confused that Dr. Young and I are disabled individuals, because again, we don't fit the bill. So figuring out how you can champion yourself, use your words, use your language for good. Now, I'll leave you with this fun little thing. I unfortunately am single and I don't like it. And so dating is very fun. And I think dating is a wonderful way to practice how to use your intersectionality with chronic illness and disability. I went on a date and the guy said, unfortunately, like men, the guy said, I'm not transphobic, but I went on a date with someone that I thought was trans. I had a wonderful time, but like, I don't want to date a trans person. And I said, well, you know how you know you're transphobic? He's like, that's just not fair. And I said, well, surprise, I'm disabled. And I don't have that in my dating profile. And I don't have it in my dating profile because just like trans people, harm can happen. You can be othered, you can be left out, and people have to feel supported. It's not necessarily about safety, because safety can be kind of a moving thing, but it's like you have to feel supported to share something. And because you're talking about someone who has every right to share all parts of their intersectionality, and you are viewing it as a negative thing, let's see how you're going to handle it right now. And so he was like, how are you, what, how, I don't, what, how, and stuck on his words. How are you disabled? Can I ask that? Like, and I said, no, you can't. But for teaching purposes, for you to learn and unlearn, I am disabled. Here's what I have. And I don't share that because I don't want someone to think less of me. I don't want someone to think I can't do the job of being the girlfriend, or, you know, in the workplace, that I am less than, that I'm not smart, that I'm not independent, all these other negative stereotypes that happen. But I use this example because they were causing harm to another group, and I was able to soften the moment. And then, of course, the guy like walked in my car and tried to lean in for a kiss, and I said, "Ew!" And then I realized I said it out loud, and I said, "Oh no, have a great day," and never saw him again. But I use that as an example of how I use my intersectionality in the moment to advocate for myself and whomever he may date in the future. He did go on to say, like, I've dated neurodivergent people because he wanted an award of he's a good person, right? But those are the ways in which we have to do it. If you look at my book, right on the cover, I purposely chose to make sure that I was using a cane. I wasn't using a cane at the moment. I always have a cane with me too in my car because I'm a Virgo. Um, but I wanted to do that. I didn't have to. I could have just sat in my pretty privilege on the cover, but I wanted people to know I'm stylish and also disabled. On the cover and the subtitle, I have my intersectionality right there. Notes from a Black disabled woman in a white world. Again, using my privilege. And so it's some trial and error. It's figuring out who your champions are, figuring out where, you know, your sweet spot is and your comfort. Use it in spaces and places from work, family, friends, in the world. So with that, I'm wondering, with the weight that we carry as chronically ill, chronic pain, disabled, or combo platter of those things, it's important that we have grace. But why, Dr. Angela, is it important that we have grace with this advocacy and constant learning and unlearning that we have to do in the workplace?
You know, we need to grow through grace. And if we're not growing through grace, then what we're doing is we're growing through shame. Because if we're not giving people grace, then they are feeling ashamed for what it is that they are disclosing to us, that they don't have to, by the way, right? So grace doesn't let things slide. It's not about saying, oh, that's okay, never mind. You don't need to give me an accommodation. It's saying, hey, you know what? I know you can do better, and I believe you will. And this is a learning process for all of us, and we're going through this together. Um, you know, I've learned that real inclusion work does not live or situate itself in perfection. It situates itself in repair. So it situates itself in the moments where we mess up and the moments where we take accountability and the moments where we keep showing up. Grace is what keeps the door open long enough for change to be able to walk through it. And the other thing I would add is that, intersectionality is your power source. It gives you perspective that others cannot see. So use that, use your lived experience as data because as you go through your life, that is real world human data that you can use to shift conversations. And those open, empathetic conversations are what are going to lead to grace. So advocacy doesn't always have to look like a protest. I mean, yeah, no kings is flipping amazing, right? But sometimes advocacy is just a whisper or just a quick ask or a quick line at the end of a one-on-one or at the end of a meeting or asking questions instead of being judgmental. That's all advocacy. So you're still existing loudly in spaces that never expected you when you're advocating for yourself. Even if you're advocating quietly, your existence is loud, right? Because these spaces and these people in these spaces never expected you. They never saw you coming. So it's a reminder to yourself that advocacy can both be fierce and gentle. And that no matter how you advocate for yourself, they're all ways of survival, right? They're ways of you surviving, but I hate the corny term surviving and thriving, but it really does fit here. I hate that phrase though. Like I get an eye twitch when I hear people use that phrase. Um, but it really does fit here, because I mean, what's the phrase like fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. So okay, so
Wow, you
what's
did
going
what
on
the
then?
former president couldn't do. Good job.
So yeah, I'm keeping my mouth shut on that one. But basically all the things you're thinking, I'm thinking, and probably more. So, what we're doing when we give grace is we're saying, okay, look, you made a mistake. We understand that you made a mistake. If it happens again, it's as I tell my children, if it happens again, it's not a mistake, it's a habit. And when it continues to happen, it's a habit. So you're showing me who you are through the way you iterate these mistakes, right? And the way you grow. It is a choice. Damn right, Jessica, it is a choice. Because we can make a mistake and say, oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I am really sorry. But if we're not changing our behavior and if we're not proving to that person that we value them, and that we validate them, then we're not making mistakes. We're showing who we are as people, right? And who we are as an organizational culture. I mean, if your organizational culture is not meeting you step by step with you requesting your needs or with you suggesting ways to be more accessible or ways to be more inclusive or ways to honor more intersectionalities, because newsflash, right? Being disabled is the only identity group that can exist in every other identity group out there. So you can be disabled and queer, you can be disabled and Muslim, you can be disabled and Buddhist. You might not be able to be Muslim and Buddhist, right? Or Muslim and Christian or whatever. You might have identities that might be conflicts of interest, but being disabled can fit into any other identity group, and it's the only identity group that you can spontaneously enter and exit out of at any given moment, because we have things like situational disabilities, right? Temporary disabilities, permanent disabilities. So it's the other It's the only other identity group that every single one of us is going to be a part of at some point. Every single one of us, even if it's just aging, and I say just on purpose, right? Even if it's just through aging, every single one of us will be disabled at some point. So you know what? When you're not disabled, that's the time to advocate. When you're not disabled, that's the time to build those bridges and to bridge those gaps. Because what you're doing is you're not only advocating for your colleagues who are disabled, but you're also advocating for your future self and for the future selves of all the people around you, you know, on your team, in your family, your children, everybody. So when we can get inclusivity straightened out now, it's going to just make such a better future for everybody. And you know, since we're talking about ways to be more inclusive at work, you know, and ways to be supportive through grace, Dr. Akila, I would like to ask you, you know, what can leaders do to role model supportive behavior for people with more intersectionality or through intersectionality?
Absolutely. Before I get into that, if anyone has a question, feel free to place in chat. We are going to do a Q&A for the last 10 minutes of our time. And just noting that I see a question it's first in queue from Journey. Yes. So when we're thinking about what leaders can do specifically in the workplace, we are thinking about them doing the following things. How they act every day. Act accountability, communication, and transparency. Accountability. Yes, I need to keep learning and unlearning about, you know, workplace accommodations. Accountability, I said I would follow up on this request. I said that we would actually have process that makes sense. I would follow up on the denied request, right? So the accountability of following up on those actions. Communication, communicating. They don't know what they don't know because everyone doesn't know everything. And again, disability and chronic illness, it's not a monolith. The way in which we need accommodations, it's not the same for every single person. And so, fine, great. You have someone who's deaf or hard of hearing. I'm hard of hearing. So you're like, I got it. I have it figured out. But there's someone who may need more of something or someone who may not need something at all. Again, we are not a monolith. And then that transparency. I did not know that. I am sorry. Again, I am learning and unlearning accountability, communication, and transparency. It's doing that. But they have to be the ones when they act like that, accountability, communication, and transparency, then they're naturally role modeling the behavior that their other leaders should do and that their team should do or their staff should do. They are role modeling it so their actions and words are aligned. Now, we're here because a lot of people do have workplace accommodations. You know how I know? Because it's federally and state mandated. So there is that. But there's people who choose to not have their actions and words match. And it puts us into the situation where the chronically ill or disabled person is the problem or the victim or the burden. Newsflash, we feel that every day from our family, our loved ones, you know, the systems and structures that we're in. So don't be a leader who adds to it. Be different, move different, show up, role model, act every single day. Now, with that said, going back to what I asked Dr. Young about earlier with grace, is that we have to give ourselves grace. The we means the non-disabled folks and the disabled folks and the chronically ill folks. We have to give ourselves grace because, again, we all collectively still don't know what we don't know. So we have to allow for apology. We have to allow for difficult conversations. We have to allow for communication to be there. And last, all of it involves vulnerability. We have to be vulnerable to share something, particularly those who have dynamic or invisible disability, to share this thing. And within that, we can connect and grow together. Now, leaders like to always say, I know everything. And I'm an executive coach too, so I let them think that for sure. But the way they know everything is being able to apologize, hold themselves accountable, and realize they don't know everything. And so if they're able to be vulnerable by saying, I don't know how to manage you, I don't know how to support you, you're going to need to educate me on what you have or what's going on, the better it is. So just checking to see if there are any other questions that are in here. I will open to the first one. Dr. Young, how do we empower people to ask for what they need within their workplaces?
That's a great question. And, we can start small. Um, Notice who's shrinking themselves to fit in or who's constantly adapting. Start paying attention to that. Then say, what can I shift to make this space easier for them? So offer to turn on captions. Actually, you don't even need to offer, just do it. Turn on captions, right? Offer
Make it sexy.
flexibility.
Just do it just right when you get in there.
That's right. And offer flexibility. Make sure that you're pronouncing names correctly. Learn pronouns and mean it. We don't build inclusive culture through grand strategy decks or huge workplace initiatives, right? We build it through consistent and human choices because inclusion starts in these micro moments, and those moments are what add up to belonging. And I put something in chat that I really want to call out. Pay attention to who is holding the microphone at your organization. If your leader is the only one holding the microphone, then you need to find yourself a new leader that gives a microphone to everybody in the room, right? And on a team, if you're noticing that there are people who perennially never have a microphone, then you need to find ways to give them one. Find ways to amplify them, find ways to support them, find ways to support and normalize these inclusive behaviors of asking for accommodations, because that's what it really comes down to, right? Being disabled is being othered constantly. And Dr. Akila said that at the beginning of our talk. So what we really need to do as organizations is make sure that we normalize all of these behaviors so it just becomes what we do. It's not anything different, it's just what we do.
I would say it's not really normalize them. It's integrating. It's making them foundational. It's making them part of like the daily, just the way we move. So when we have a Zoom meeting, captions are automatically on, unless there's a team or group decision that says we don't want them on. And everyone agrees with that, and everyone is accommodated in that way. It's just making sure that we're not the afterthought, right? So an earlier talk today with Jim Lebrecht, the director, co-director of Crib Camp, he was talking about how we're in this position of like being an afterthought. We don't need that. We don't need that. We can just be able to include everyone in the space or place, because hear me out. The accommodations for disabled folks are preparing non-disabled folks for their temporary or certain future. So why not do it now? Just why not? But this is a whole other talk. There's a lot of fear. There is a Substack around fear and death and disability that I wrote about, but that's like a whole other talk. Another question that we have in here is, if you have people on a team who are neurodivergent and disabled, how would you go about discussing that they might want to look at applying for accommodations for both, since the accommodation for one doesn't always give them everything they need? Doctor, do you want to start with this one?
I'm going to let you take this one first because I'm still processing the question. Go ahead.
Yeah. Look at real-time role modeling happening right now. And so if you have two conditions and two wonderful things that make you amazing, part of it is prioritizing what you need, part one, and part two is also doing both at the same time. But again, you have to go back into your comfort level, because again, that V word, vulnerability, is there. There are spaces and places where people are becoming much more comfortable and confident around just sharing out loud. I'm neurodivergent, so I need X, Y, and Z, right? And so that may be the easier one out of the other one that may be a dynamic or invisible part of disability. The other thing is just, if you are someone who's in a space with non-disabled folks around you, having non-disabled folks in that group say, does anyone need accommodations, or what can I do to accommodate for the space, or send me an email, right? So I can make sure that this meeting we're prepared for X, Y, and Z, right? That also helps kind of make it easier to do the two combo, right? But again, it comes back to what is comfortable for you in that space to share. Now, ultimately, you don't know until you ask. And if I'm a big fan of just always asking, and if they say no from the beginning, then it's either figuring out another way to ask or Operation GTFO. If anyone doesn't know what that means, it's get the fuck out. Because, like Dr. Young is saying, if there's only one person carrying the mic, there's a lot of other cultural issues that are happening in that workplace. And so I rather know earlier on than to figure it out later. Even if you can't leave that job right away, it gives you an opportunity to figure out your own internal timeline of when you would want to exit or whom else you can look for in the organization to ask for what you need. Um, as we are at time, and I am a Virgo and I want to stay on it. What is, oh man, fuck it. I'm not going to end on time because this question by Mary is really great. Um, how do you navigate all that in a country where accommodations are being loudly discouraged by the admin and some companies are capitulating?
Okay,
Listen,
I got this one. I got
go,
this one.
go.
When I ask for accommodations, I frame them around the function rather than the condition that I have. So instead of saying I have X, Y, and Z diagnoses, I might say, here's what helps me focus, or, this setup would reduce fatigue. So that opens a collaborative door with HR or a manager instead of a diagnostic one. And, if you're managing intersecting conditions, you can document what patterns you're noticing. So if you notice that back-to-back meetings are triggering both sensory overload and your chronic pain, then you can request scheduling adjustments that address both. You don't have to justify your needs. You just have to articulate how the accommodations that you're requesting would help you show up fully. And that's not being extra, that's just asking for access, right? So
Yeah.
I love what you said about, prioritizing because this really speaks to that. Access needs can shift. So some days, the sensory overwhelm is what the hardest part is, or some days it's the pain. So it's not about choosing all of your intersectional identities or having to prioritize one intersectional identity over another. It's about triaging um, what's most
Yeah.
impactful in this moment, while designing support systems that hold space for all the rest. So,
Well
when
said,
it
Dr.
when it
Young. Uh,
thank you. When it
We're,
comes
we're
down
gonna,
to we gotta stop, right? Okay, I'm sorry. We
yeah.
gotta stop. I know. All right, we
We
gotta
do,
stop.
we do have to stop, but that is a wonderful way to tie everything together. What I will tell everyone as we wrap up is that the world is fucked, but you aren't. You need to take care of yourself. Some of you are probably flaring more. Some of you are stressed out about your health insurance, whether it's public, private, it's part of the health benefit exchange, whatever it may be. What that means is that you have to prioritize yourself and put your needs first. You have nothing to lose when the country says you don't matter. So use your voice. Remember to use your spoons for yourself and for ice cream and keep being amazing. Thank you, Dr. Young. Thank you, Greer. Thank you, Jessica. Passing it back to you.
Thank you all
That
so much. We
was
really appreciate you.
Yeah, this was easily one of my most anticipated sessions for the entire summit. So I'm so glad that we got to do this. I encourage you all to connect with Dr. Young and Dr. Cadet on LinkedIn. I shared Dr. Cadet's Substack as well. Dr. Young, if there's anything for you to share too, your book on using accommodate or creating accommodations is available on Amazon. So please follow up with that. We're going to dive into a really quick story now. So give me 1 second to share. And we're going to go here. And then here we go.
Hey, Alexandra, where's David? Me. Who's David? I saw the confusion on his face, and in his eyes, I could see him wondering if I was messing with him or something was really wrong with me. So I did what I've learned to do in the past months. I compensated. I smiled and I said, "Oh, David, sorry. Yeah, of course. I was confused for a second. No, I don't know where David is." The truth is, I still couldn't remember who David was. This didn't happen at a party. It happened at a work function, and After having spent the whole day in a leadership workshop with 7 other people, including David, and actually I had spent the last 2 full days with all these people and David, and I also had been working with David for now 12 months, and I like David. He's a good work friend, and a few months after, we even went skydiving together. But there and then, for a few minutes, I truly didn't know who David was. Hi, I'm Alexandra. I'm an HR executive. I'm 53 years old, and for the last 2 years, I've been compensating in the workplace to cover the consequences menopause has been having on me. I'm not alone. Let me give you some numbers so that we actually know what we're talking about. Approximately 1.3 million women in the US enter menopause every year. 20% of the workforce, roughly 13 to 15 million women, are currently in some phase of menopause transition. That's women actively experiencing symptoms right now. 90% of women ages 35 plus experience one or more menopause symptoms. In fact, 5 different ones in average. 5 symptoms in average every day. Brain fog, memory lapses, emotional volatility, crushing insomnia, hot flashes that disrupt meetings, joint pain that makes sitting through long sessions unbearable, anxiety that spike without warning. These are just inconveniences. They're neurological and physiological changes that substantially impact major life activities. But we've created this artificial separation between real disabilities and the ones that half the workforce will eventually experience. The financial toll is staggering. The US economy loses $26 billion annually due to lost productivity and health expenses from employees managing menopause symptoms. This includes $1.8 billion in lost work time and $24.8 billion in direct medical costs. But these numbers only capture what we can measure: missed work days, not the reduced productivity while women are present but struggling. As an HR executive, I'm supposed to be the steady one, the professional who can deliver difficult news with composure. But menopause changed my emotional landscape entirely. I remember having to announce to an entire team that the HRBP was being let go. It's a pretty straightforward communication that I generally keep short, simple, kind, factual, and professional. But as I stood there explaining the transition, the tears started, not controlled. Empathetic moisture, but unstoppable hormonal tears I couldn't control. I had to stop talking. I had to literally turn around, take deep breaths to finally find some composure and come back saying, I'm really sorry, this is really sad. Because I can't say, I'm really sorry, I'm going through menopause and I can't stop crying. I can't say that. I should be able to. So here I was, supposed to be the composed leader managing this change, and instead I'm falling apart in front of the entire team. Menopause doesn't just affect your memory, it can actually make you feel like a stranger in your own professional skin. Let alone your own skin. You know, it's like, ugh! I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted in ways I've never been exhausted before. Some days I desperately need a 40-minute nap. My brain literally can't function anymore. My body shuts down. There's nothing I can do. I have to lay down and go to sleep. You know, it's like I'm sitting in a meeting and I'm literally falling asleep, and I can't wait for the meeting to end, and I just shut my computer and I go lay down. If I weren't working remotely with some flexibility around chronodiversity or during my day, or, you know, me being able to choose when I take meetings and when I don't, I'm not sure I would have been able to keep my job, let alone perform the way I have. For some women, the insomnia is relentless. I mean, picture walking into an 8 a.m. meeting after sleeping only 3 hours because you woke up at 1 a.m. drenched in sweat, so soaked you had to shower and change your nightgown and were never able to go back to sleep. Imagine that when it happens twice a week. How about sounding coherent while discussing strategic initiatives when your brain feels like it's wrapped in cotton? So I learned elaborate workarounds, extensive notes taking because I couldn't trust my memory. My desk and desktop, I mean, I have sticky notes everywhere, and I have sticky notes on my desktop, or the desktop of my computer, but also on my desk. And I keep notes for everything. I live in my calendar because I can't trust my memory anymore. In my calendar, I write my task. I have another task list. I have sticky notes. I have people's names and what I'm supposed to tell them. You know, I strategically schedule various conversation around my day cycle. I wore waterproof makeup for 6 months. I developed so many different strategies for every symptoms because we all have some. And also because I could. So here are the strategies that I've heard from other women. Keeping backup clothes at work for hot flashes. Wearing darker collars to hide unexpected sweating. Scheduling demanding work for mornings when joint stiffness is manageable. Sitting near air conditioning vents in meetings. Wearing layers that can quickly be removed without drawing attention. Keeping desk fans and avoiding conference rooms without temperature control. Reviewing meeting agendas repeatedly before calls. Writing scripts for phone conversations we used to be able to handle spontaneously. Double checking sent emails obsessively for errors they might have missed. Blocking focus time in calendars that are actually nap time. Scheduling all demanding work before 2 p.m. when energy crashes. Rescheduling difficult conversation when they felt more emotionally stable. Keeping tissues everywhere and practicing breathing exercises. Working from home on days when they can't predict their emotional state. I'm sure there are more. The energy it takes to constantly work around your own body and brain is exhausting. Every day becomes a performance, hiding disabilities we don't even recognize as disabilities. The career statistics are alarming. Nearly half women say menopause has impacted their job performance, yet more than 3/4 have no workplace accommodation. Stanford research shows women visiting healthcare providers for menopause symptoms earn 10% less 4 years later because they cut hours or quit. In recent surveys, nearly a third of women aged 40 to 55 would consider shifting to part-time work, while 22% would consider early retirement. We're talking about experienced women at career peaks, taking decades of institutional knowledge with them. When we talk about disability in the workplace, we often think about visible differences or permanent conditions. But what about the millions of women navigating hormonal changes that genuinely impact cognitive, physical, and emotional functions? The American with Disabilities Act recognizes conditions that substantially limit major life activities. I'm telling you, menopause substantially limits concentration, memory, emotional regulation, sleep, and physical comfort. All major life activities that directly impact work performance. Brain fog is not a character flaw. It's a cognitive difference deserving accommodation. Temperature dysregulation is not unprofessionalism. It's a physical condition affecting comfort and concentration. Emotional volatility is not weakness or hysteria. It's a neurological change affecting stress processing. Organizations wanting true inclusion need to expand their disability definition. What would real inclusion look like? I don't know, maybe temperature control options in rooms, in every conference rooms for hot flashes? Maybe some quiet time or quiet spaces for concentration during brain fog. Maybe flexible scheduling for fluctuating energy levels. maybe manager training to recognize that sudden memory or emotional regulation struggles might need support, and it's not a performance issue. We don't need performance improvement plans. We just need accommodations. Think about accommodations that we're already providing. Flexible hours for some diabetics, ergonomic equipment for, people who have physical disabilities. But why should menopause be different when half of the workforce will experience it? So I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for recognition that my professional value is not diminished by needing to write down names I should remember, or remember people I don't remember, or taking longer to find words, or occasionally crying during a conversation, let alone if it's difficult when hormones overwhelm everything, and definitely overwhelms professional training. So that day when I couldn't remember David, or the day I cried during a layoff conversation, these are our system's failures, a system making people hide their humanity instead of supporting it. The women experiencing menopause in your workplace right now, they're not failing. They're performing incredible feats of professional endurance. While their bodies undergo massive biological transitions, they deserve better than suffering in silence. So let's all rethink ability to include all the ways our bodies and minds change throughout our careers. Let's create workplaces supporting the full spectrum of human experience, including the inevitable changes that come with being human. Because when we design for inclusion, that encompasses biological realities. When we make space for these conversations, everyone benefits. The future of work is not about accommodating visible disabilities. It's about creating cultures where all the ways we're human are valued, supported, and included. Sorry, that was sad. Because this isn't someone else's problem. It's your workforce right now. Thank you.
Sorry, I was crying. I don't know if that got anyone else, but that really got me and threw me off a little bit. I think, wow, that was so powerful. Alexandra's story, I think, is something that we have to be very conscious of. We have to think about how this is showing up in our workplaces. We have to think about this is a great example of it, of like Dr. Young said, that you can go in and out. And so just thank you so much to Alexandra for sharing her story. Whew. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our last session of the day, and I'm so excited. So right now, I'm going to add Dr. Sam as a co-host. Actually, I'm going to remove a couple people as a co-host. So remove, we're going to remove Dr. Cadet. Thank you, Dr. Cadet. So Sam, welcome. We've got Dennis. I thought Dennis. Welcome, Dennis, to a co-host. Leah. Hi, Leah. Make co-host. And then do we have Julie? I don't know if I see Julie. All right, let's see. Sam, did you go ahead and accept?
Yes, I did.
Perfect. And then I don't see Julie, but I think we
Is
should get
Stephen here
started.
too? Stephen?
No, I don't see Stephen either.
Okay, so I guess we're waiting on the two of them then.
Yeah. Do you want to get started while we wait for everyone to join?
Absolutely. There is plenty of conversation to be had.
All right, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Let me just, oh, all right. So thank you everybody for joining us today. You're here for Unseen, Unheard, Unstoppable, Navigating Self-Advocacy as a Disabled Employee. And now this is a group conversation from several of us who all of us work in different aspects really of the disability slash accommodation system. So we all have slightly different perspectives to bring to this conversation. And I'd like to give everybody a chance who is participating to introduce themselves. We're going to hope that if Stephen and Julie make it here, that'll be good. I am Dr. Sam, Dr. G. I am a human resources, basically disabled human resources leadership new gen. Understand that, since I am human resources, I have that little bit of the enemy in there, but that also is what I am doing in order to try to bring progress and bring my knowledge as somebody who is disabled into human resources. I'm going to pass it on. If Dennis, if you'll introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Dennis Tran. Like I go pronoun he him. I'm a Vietnamese American storyteller, disability neurodiversity advocacy, and I have my background working in various sectors, including entertainment, tech, digital health, and media. And I kind of done a lot of like advocacy work in public speaking, peer support, and consulting on accessibility, inclusion. I mostly focused on like the intersectionality between AHPI and neurodiversity, disability, and mental health, and reshaping perception around that. But also, I advocate for building neuro-inclusive, neuro-affirming workplaces for community partnering with ERGs, educational institution, nonprofit, and media to kind of help that and kind of building representation and authenticity in the workplaces and experiences as well.
Thank you so much. Lee, if you want to go introduce yourself, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leah Renardi. I use they, she pronouns. I'm currently joining you all from Madison, Wisconsin. I'm sitting at my desk in front of a big wall of artwork, and I'm wearing a gray and green sweater. So I approach this conversation from, oh, wow, we got a lot of Wisconsin in the chat. I'm going to be very distractible. I'm just going to own that. It's late in the day. This is when you booked me. This is when you got me. To finish my introduction, I'm really approaching this conversation from a couple different perspectives. I'm coming at it from that HR accessibility intersection as a professional, and I'm also coming from it as a human whose doctors really do refer to them as an interesting teaching case. So really trying to find where those things meet in this conversation, because a lot of times it's seen as two different sides when there's a much larger ecosystem happening.
Awesome. Thank you, Lee. And Stephen, happy to see you. If you will introduce yourself, sir.
How are you? How is everyone? I hope everyone is doing amazing today and enjoying this amazing conference, Rethink Ability. My name is Stephen McCoy, and I am from North New Jersey. I have Usher syndrome, which is a retinal eye disease that causes blindness and hearing loss. I am a Black male. I have a full beard. I have a dark navy blue. Is it navy blue? I'm not sure if my eyes are deceiving me today, but it's a sweater, a light sweater, and I have a bald head, and a wide smile, as some would say. And I'm actually a journalist. I've been a journalist since 2011 professionally. And I got my start working for the Walt Disney Company. I started as an intern, worked my way up to a host for Radio Disney, then Disney Theatrical for Aladdin on Broadway. I was inducted into the Disney Alumni Association. I then started my company, Spoken Entertainment. That's when I started to actually struggle with my eyesight. I had no idea I was going blind, but started walking into a few walls and then, was diagnosed. And just to make a long story short, I then founded a nonprofit organization called Spoken Heroes, just being able to give back to the community and making a difference. And by the way, I made history as the world's first Black deafblind journalist, and I want to continue to use my platform to just pay it forward for all disabilities and all people. So thank you guys so much for the love. I love the comment. I love you guys.
Thank you so much, Stephen. All right. So as you can see, there is a pretty big variety kind of in this discussion, and we have been having some of the most interesting conversations over the last month and a half working on figuring out and planning the content for this. But I think I'm going to open it up with fire and be controversial because I know everybody has a very strong opinion on this. What would what would you say is the single most common thing an HR department or manager does that unintentionally makes self-advocacy more difficult? And of course, I have my own opinions as an HR person. I also know what I've had to tell people they could or couldn't do. And by people, I mean managers usually. But all of you are coming from so many different backgrounds. So I am really interested to hear.
Hey, Sam, real quick, Julie joined. So,
Oh,
Julie,
Julie's
if you
here.
want to say
Yes.
hi and introduce yourself really quickly.
Hi, I am Julie, and I could not find the link to join, so I am late, but that's pretty standard. And it's nice that we have such accommodating people here. And there was an email that said, I didn't even tell them I couldn't find the link. And there was an email that they just sent that said, for ease, here's the link to join. And so I am here. Hi.
That is beautiful. That's like literal definition example of accommodation, just doing it automatically and realizing what's going on. I love that. All right. So anyway, actually, you know what? Then why don't we have you start it off, Julie? Because I know you have a good opinion on this. What do you think is the single most common thing an HR department or manager does that makes self-advocacy more difficult?
I think, especially when you tie it to a disability, it is viewing that as an inability and especially seeing the need as something that's a personal deficit rather than something that, hey, I just need something to be fixed, which we all understand that in the workplace. We need computers to do our job. We need desks. Some positions need multiple monitors, and that's reasonable. We all understand different needs for different positions. And instead of taking that mindset and applying it to the individual, asking for advocating for whatever they need, oftentimes I think HR and managers, because of how the world sees it, but views the disability in the ask itself as a negative evidence that the person can't do the job when actually what they're asking for is showing that they can.
I'll agree with you there. And like you said, every time they're tying it to disability, I find that that's the biggest problem that comes up and the biggest place that they make mistakes too, because they're not thinking of it the right way, like you said. Dennis Lee, Stephen, what are your opinions on this?
I can add on to that. Like it kind of led to the layers of like how the world views disability in general. And it's like how it's this perception of like the medicalized world model of disability, where it's a deficit, it's the fault of the individual of disability, where they kind of seen as difference as less, and like how the different way of your thinking, different way you're learning, or how you're trying to process information, or how you're just kind of being doing as like you're incapable or you're less than or you're not able to function how I'm expecting you. And there's like that perception of like, you know, how you always have to be on top of everything all day, or there's not a understanding of like fluctuating energy level or how you kind of work is very differently. So understanding that the differences is like different is not less. It's just meaning that you need different things to function, and like you need different accommodation or tools to kind of work with it out. So sometimes like, hey, I'm so like for example with my ADHD and autism, like sometimes I can be attention to detail at a certain time, but oftentimes like I'm also missing the detail as well. So sometimes I'm not like good at very much like data analytic role or something like that, or maybe I actually need extra support or an extra person to kind of look things over to make sure that I'm actually hanging everything there. Although like strategically I'm very analytical and very attention to detail, oftentimes I do miss it here and there because like oftentimes my brain does its own thing and does get bored or it does get overwhelmed and I miss it, and it's not like something that I'm not being careless or reckless. It's just how my brain process. So it's just like understanding those nuances really helpful, and just like understanding how my energy level can fluctuate. You know, like just because I show up like in the morning I was very like on top of everything, like in the afternoon, my energy level just dip down. It doesn't mean that like I'm less capable. It just means that hey, I just need more flexibility, more understanding during that time, as opposed to like saying, oh, I'm incapable or I'm inconsistent. You know.
Absolutely. And Dennis, if I could just piggyback a little on what you stated, this is Stephen McCoy speaking, by the way, and also even what Julie mentioned, I believe. I'm not sure who was it that mentioned. It might have been you, Graham. But the I think employers often they think business wise first, and they think about the of course the capital and could this person be a liability? You know, I we don't want to be sued. So and we also don't want this person to happen to just slip and fall. Although it may not be any sort of disability with walking or your legs, but somehow I would just keep it on the eye myself as a deafblind person. People automatically, specifically employers, may just start to make up assumptions in their mind that have nothing to do with my disability. So I think it's just a lack of awareness, which is why I feel it is so important that we continue the workspaces training, the DEI training. These are it's extremely important because a lot of people are being left out. There's a lot of jobs that absolutely can be filled. We're not saying that people with disabilities we should just hand that all of us just any job. Of course, we all have to be qualified for the job, but please do not turn us away if we're qualified, even sometimes more so than the next applicant. Don't turn us away just because we're requesting for accommodations. I've been someone who I've requested for accommodation and I've been turned away. And it's not a great feeling. And that's why it's so important to have these dialogues so that we can figure out ways, even for those who may be in this room that are able-bodied, that are working in human resources, to be able to see and hear us and know that a lot of us are just ready to just work and be able to contribute to society. And if you do allow there to be employment for those with disability, so much of the government funds can be used for so many other things rather than us accepting government assistance. And sometimes we only may be accepting those simply because we're often not given the chance. So I just wanted to make sure I said that.
I do love your point about them making their own story, because since I have multiple sclerosis, I do have a tendency to walk into things. So I go out of my way to make sure that my supervisors know I'm not drunk. I just have MS and I'm going to keep walking into things and be covered in bruises at all times. Because you just don't want them to assume. All right, Lee, I really want to hear your answer to this.
Yeah, this is Leah. I agree with a lot of the things around, again, it's a very like a legal and risk focused approach, right? Coming from the HR side. When I think about like what's one thing in the process that unintentionally makes employee, like as the employee self-advocacy difficult, is medical documentation. This can be a soapbox for a very long time. That could finish the rest of this panel if we really wanted it to. But doctors are not typically trained on how to write these notes. There's a lot of difficulty in communication. The access of healthcare itself is difficult. Timelines can stretch out much longer. There's really a long list of things. And there are times where maybe there is consultation needed with a medical provider, and that causes a lot of delays, and it puts a lot of employees who aren't trained in this process in a lurch because they're not sure what their doctor should say, or when doctors are looking to them asking what should be in this letter.
that is definitely my big thing. As the person, I actually did for a healthcare company where I was the person who was handling all the accommodation requests and getting those taken care of. You'd think it'd be different in a healthcare company. But actually, I found that unfortunately, sometimes the supervision in a healthcare company is amongst the worst in saying, they need to prove it. Like, actually, not really. And you're just putting up an obstacle by doing that because you're putting them through so much stress and anxiety that they have to prove that they have something that they know that they have. So actually, on that note, how do you guys personally define disclosure in the workplace? And how has that evolved with your experience, of course, that we've all had, unfortunately, in the workplace? Who's interested? Who wants to go first? What? Yes,
I
Julie.
can I can take it.
Go for it.
I disclosure first, a lot of people's question is what do I have to disclose? When do I disclose? Am I lying if I don't disclose first? So quickly want to address that. You get to disclose whenever you want to disclose. It is not lying to not disclose in the interview process. It's not lying to not disclose at the beginning of work. It's not lying to not disclose ever. It is not lying to not disclose until you need an accommodation. For some people like me, I don't need an accommodation for the interview process often, and I don't need something oftentimes when I'm starting my work, but then a few months in, I might realize, oh, I do need something now. So for me, in my experience, one time, and what got me into a lot of this, I didn't know I had rights for a lot of years, but then when I did, at one job, I have a service dog who alerts me of seizures. And I was going through a time period where I was having more frequent seizures. And so I asked if I could bring my dog in. And they said, well, you have been fine until now. Why do you need it now? And it wasn't in a, I'm curious, can you help us understand kind of way? It was in a, I think you're lying. This sounds suspicious because you look fine kind of way. And so did a lot of research, learned a lot about the ADA. And so for me, the question was, how do you define disclosure? I have learned, and this is how I do it in my life, but it's most important to disclose the parts that are necessary for the accommodation, but also the parts that make you most comfortable. There are some people who introduce themselves as, hi, I'm Julie, I'm autistic. I don't personally, so I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't offer that up whenever I am asking for an accommodation. Some people do. Do what makes you most comfortable, do it at the time that makes you most comfortable, and when it serves you specifically the best.
I definitely agree with you there. It really is a matter of your personal comfort and how you feel. I mean, I personally kind of made the transition into HR disabled because I felt like I could be, the advocate and be open. And it's still hard, honestly, even being the HR department, to be open about it and say, well, hey, this is what I have going on. Dennis, what do you think?
I think I think for I'll talk from the experiences as like from a non-parent disability. I think it's easy to hide, and it's easy not to say you have a choice because not it's not disability is not in front of you where you don't have to confront it every day. But it's also easy for you to kind of like be like your voice is not heard, or you're kind of like not in a place to you get to pick and choose like when to disclose or not, and it kind of based on preferences, like what Julie mentioned earlier. It's about like where or not I feel safe in space and environment, or where it's okay for me to be vulnerable to share this type of thing, because oftentimes like sharing disclosing thing is can lead to like getting fired or getting being like taken advantage of, or even like kind of being used. And I've been on both sides of the experiences here where like in my earlier career where I was diagnosed with glaucoma at 17, so I was have partial blindness, so I don't necessarily know about like needing to actually utilize like combination a lot for everything I do. I just need don't drive, and so of course it was just like those nuances. But I was undiagnosed neurodivergent. I didn't really know that until like years later. But for sake of like in my early career, I was like fortunate to be working where like people were who were able to kind of accommodate me or understand me. Where I kind of like, although I wasn't like open about my disability to the people I work with, but then sometimes like I kind of like sell things where I was like I did ask for dry and stuff like that, and then when people just got curious about it. They're like, oh, like why are you taking the bus or something like that? Like I can give you a ride of that. And then just asking about that, it allowed me to kind of like start opening up to them and just asking for accommodation and kind of getting a ride from my coworker to the workplace or to work event and stuff like that, or just even like his or she ask for additional support, and they already kind of be like, and I remember like when I work, and I was like I was like I usually have to walk like 20 plus minute or so like to kind of get walk to the office, but then and also kind of take the shuttle bus, and sometimes like my and I kind of open it up to my boss about I don't drive and stuff like that, and they just kind of allow me to work from home and like or they can drop me off at the bus stop and stuff like that, and then that's that kind of way of like how supportive was like when I was safe to open up about my disability and not being able to drive versus like oftentimes when or instances I was in with an organization I was part of like yes, I actually was called weak for my disability because they actually knew that I couldn't drive and support myself, but they kind of had an envy mindset to that where they were kind of showcasing, oh, he's a weak leadership, like he probably needs a strong team, and like there's like kind of much more like micromanagement type of thing that like I was there for, and it was something that's like why I kind of feel like it's been a hit or miss. So that's why I kind of felt like disclose like when you're comfortable, when you kind of feel safe, or like or if the workplace is in a place where they actually can support you, because oftentimes it actually does more harm. But for the sake of where I am now in my stage after being late diagnosed, unmasking and like being more open to my disability publicly, I kind of just been like more like upfront about it now with my disability and neurodivergence, and like and just kind of speaking what my needs are and stuff like that, rather just hiding away from it. But oftentimes I come it comes with the risk of that, which is like I'm getting taken advantage of, which I have been taken advantage of, or I've been like kind of abused before in the workplace. Yeah, sure, like, but at the same time, it's like at the same time, it allowed me to be show up as authentically me, and like adult to find community, find support, and find other people or the right environment that actually value inclusion and support in different ways. And so that's how I can be navigating disclosure in those terms.
That is awesome, Dennis. Stephen, I saw you nodding so hard, so I'm just like,
Yeah, I would definitely with feeling every word Dennis and Julie were saying. Um, for me, I've definitely had so many different experiences while working. I recall in my younger days that I used to hide my disability. And when hiding my disability just to be as inconspicuous as possible, I just wanted to be just like everyone else. And then when those issues arises of not being able to fully hear what my manager had just informed me of the task to do, it became very difficult. And I had to eventually mention my hearing disability. And when that happens, especially for some reason, when people see me, even to this day, I get the responses, oh my God, wow, you don't look like you have a disability. Well, at least you don't, or that sort of. And I'm like, what is that? What is, so we have to also get out of that mindset that a disability has a look of one way, just like being able-bodied doesn't have a one way of a look, So I just know I eventually, when after being terminated from that position, moving on to two other jobs, where though I then started to mark because my mother, she was on me about it, and marking on the application that I do have a disability. Again, going back to what Julie stated, you do not, anyone who is listening, you do not have to disclose your disability. But I think even in just making sure that you put it on paper for your self protection in case there's ever a litigious situation that arises you're protected and you did state that you had a disability, that doesn't mean that I have to, after being hired, that I have to sit in your office and I have to just discuss my disability with you. And if I choose to, because what was questioned to me was, well, you didn't tell us that you had a disability. You didn't say that. Well, I didn't have a reason to, but I did mark it on my application. I just didn't have a reason to up until this most recent point. And at that point, I didn't know that I was going blind at one point in my life. I had no idea. I just thought I was being like clumsy or something. So I just think it's so important to just make sure on paper to mark that you do have a disability. You do not have to. Again, that is your own personal decision. But in case ever there's any litigious situation that arises, you are protected because you've marked it on paper. So,
Documentation is everything. That's
yeah.
everybody who's here in HR is like, yeah, document it. If you didn't document it, it didn't happen. Unfortunately, which shouldn't be the case necessarily, but that's okay. Leah, how about you?
Yeah, my answer to this has really changed over very recently, a couple weeks ago. I've been in a spot personally, professionally, where I've been working through new things. I think there's often this thought of like, I have this disability, I disclose this disability, whether that is like the macro level, I check the form, or I tell the people, and that is it. But our bodies aren't static, right? Like we gain more as we age. And I'm at a point now where, as of a couple weeks ago, I've started to use a cane for mobility. And it has completely like reframed how I've seen my daily commute, my time in and out of the office. Even though I'm managing the same things that were invisible, I'm using air quotes for those of you not watching my screen. Um, when that turns more visible, it's really interesting to see the reactions and the questions that come in. Yes, I've joined Club Cane. I have one of the ones that like automatically snaps when you take it out of the little folding case. And the only comment that I have really loved about the cane is somebody did compliment me when I got off my bus the other day. This is a tangent. I'm going to get back focused. The point being, I think of disclosure. The plain language definition is disclosure is showing up. Every day I show up, I'm disclosing. And for me, it looks like something new, hour to hour sometimes. For instance, if you had me talk at 9 a.m., I would have been a lot more focused than the answer you just received. So disclosure is the act of showing up in the moment and really bringing what you have. You don't have to explain why, but sometimes just existing is disclosing.
I said it in the chat, but I have the Neo Joaquin that Christina, that Kelly Bundy designed when she got MS, and it's awesome. You know, I see it as fashion accessory. I don't care if you're gonna have to do it. You may as well enjoy it. That's fine. Okay, so on that topic then, and I think all of us have some advice on this. What questions or what ideas do you think that disabled employees should be aware of or asking themselves in order to go into the accommodations process best prepared for everything?
Well, first, this is Stephen McCoy speaking. I do use uh, person first language first. So just I like to consider everyone a person with a disability over disabled employee, because the thing is, see, we as people with disabilities, we understand that all it is that there may be little limitation there or major, and we can do anything that we put our mind to, and if we as long as we request accommodation. However, I don't think the able-bodied person who don't have the lived experience as we do their mind is just going to be kind of boxed in. So I like to try to move forward and not have those antiquated ways of description, if you will. But to answer your question, can you repeat that again?
Absolutely. So what questions or ideas do you believe that employees with disabilities
Oh yeah.
should be asking themselves or thinking about in order to prepare for getting accommodations that they need in the workplace?
I always say for me, before applying for a gig, a job, or an assignment as a journalist, is this an assignment that I feel that I'll be able to do? Because there are some jobs that, like I personally, I don't feel that. Although when I was like I think 18, I worked at FedEx for about 2 weeks, but I don't believe that I would be a good worker at FedEx anymore, specifically because of me being deaf blind. I don't feel that that would be a safe situation for me. However, I'm sure there may be accommodations in place for me to be able to excel in that sort of role. But I always think it's important to ask yourself, is this something that I can do? And if this is something that you feel you can do, and if you need accommodations for it, go for it. I think and employers, they shouldn't just make the assumption that we can't do it. Just reverting it back to self and making sure that if you know that you can do this, if you know that you can conquer this role, to just go for it. That's what I would just say. Yeah.
You make an absolutely important point. It's like, can you do it? As long as you can do it, and there is a reasonable way that they can make that happen, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. You make sure that you're thinking about what it is that you need to accomplish, and if you can do it, then ask. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And I want to also just add, there may be a job that someone maybe is desiring with a burning passion, and there isn't anything in place or any sort of accommodation in place for them to be able to excel in that role. Then I would say to that individual, it's not all about ourselves, it's also about others. So I say take the stand, go up to meet with your legislators or even tech geniuses, if you will. I mean, to see if there's something that can be created, and you can absolutely create something, an amazing accommodation for not only yourself but many people who also desire to succeed in that role as well. So please don't give up on your dreams. Like, I understand that there may be certain things that you may need a wall to get across to the other side, but I just think if you continue the dialogue, if you go to the right people, the legislators, pushing for different things, whether it's funding as well, or meeting with scientists or technology, um, developers, I think that there is a possibility, of course, that if there's enough people, it can happen. And it starts with us. So.
Absolutely. Julie, I know you have an answer for this, so I'm just waiting.
I do.
I also
Okay,
want to
I'm
call out
going.
too that Deborah has her hand up.
Go ahead.
Deborah, did you have a question?
Oh, I just wanted to see if I would be answering Samantha's question correctly. I just wanted to well, first of all, sorry for getting in late, but I also have MS and I travel with my job. And so I need the accommodations like with the hotel and then with traveling on the plane. So far, I haven't had any problems though with my job. They have accommodated me fully with things that I have to have. And I'm not a walking MS person. I'm in a scooter and I can't walk. So once I get to my room, like I need a walker. And I'm not ashamed to say that I need a commode because I can't get to the bathroom in the motel. And so, but they have been very, very good to me and not giving me any problems. And whatever it is that I need, they take care of it for me. So I would just like to say that.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Love that.
You're
Love that you're
welcome.
getting those accommodations. All right,
Yeah.
Dr. Sam, back to you.
All right, Julie.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Deborah. I love hearing examples of times that people are getting accommodations that they need because it is more rare than the opposite. So thank you for sharing that. I am going to talk about first what employees I think should go into knowing, what questions they should ask themselves, but then also what they should know about the process itself and their rights. So one, it's really important to know what accommodations you need. That's a big question because a lot of times people just know that they're struggling and they know that it's tied to the disability, but they may not know exactly what they need, or they may not know what's allowed to be asked, and or they may think there's only things that are allowed to be asked, and how to figure that out. So one, you can ask for anything that would work for you. There's no limitation to it. Now, a company can say, hey, we can't provide that. The example that I give is to make the point is if I worked at a zoo and had a service elephant, I could ask to bring my service elephant to the zoo. Now, the zoo could say, hey, that is going to, it's kind of unreasonable and it's going to cause an undue hardship, which they're right to say that. However, the next step, and this is part of knowing your rights, if they just stopped it there, you could push and say, okay, can we continue looking for other accommodations? But ideally, the zoo would say to me, hey, we can't accommodate an elephant walking around the zoo with guests and it wouldn't fit into buildings, and how we can't accommodate that. However, can you let us know what you need so that we can figure out some other accommodations? I'm not wrong for asking to have a service elephant go there. I'm not wrong for that. I get to ask for that. But I also need to be open to some effective accommodations that will work otherwise. So that's really important to know. And then another thing that I think is really, really important is to identify where it's an actual limitation in your body. And I don't think limitation is a bad word. Every human has limitations. Somebody who's 5 foot has different limitations than somebody who's 6'8", and it's just based on their height. So don't think limitations are a bad word. And then what are things that are barriers? And those are external of you. Those are barriers in the environment, because knowing that is going to help you find the right accommodation to request. And an example on that really fast, I work with clients to help them through the accommodation process, sometimes at the very beginning, sometimes in the middle, sometimes when they're going through the EEOC stuff. But a lot of times I have people come and say, I need more time, but I don't think I can ask for more time. Or I think that's going to show that I can't do my job. You can ask for more time, but almost always people who think they need more time will ask, are there times that you meet deadlines? And we end up finding out things like when they get instructions in writing, when they get templates to work from, when they're trained properly, surprise, surprise, when they get what they need, they actually get their job done. So is it more time that they need, or is it written instructions instead of just verbal? Is it working from a template? Is it being able to focus completely uninterrupted for 2 hours in the morning? Those are accommodations that help the person meet their deadline on time. But we, as people with disabilities, oftentimes blame ourselves because the deficit model, the medical model, it is deficit focused. So we're like, well, I'm the one who's wrong. And so we look at us to, well, I need more time because I'm the problem. So I have to have more time to be able to do it. When actually, a lot of times, the issue is with the environment. There's a barrier external of you. So be able to differentiate between what is an actual limitation inside of yourself and what is a barrier externally, and where the burden to change actually lies.
I think you make a very good point with the elephant example, aside from being memorable, what I've always kind of said to employees, you just have to right size kind of the request of what you're going for. Think about the actual environment, like the physical environment that you're working in. And this makes a huge difference when you're talking about whether you work at a small company or mom and pop company versus a large one. I will say that you can get combinations. Sometimes you can get them much easier at very large organizations because they have the disposable income for it. They just budget for it. They assume it's easier for them to just be able to do it. Whereas your small companies can't necessarily do it as easily, or it might be too much of a financial burden. So it's definitely something to think about as you approach it, but still approach it. Absolutely. Uh, Leah, do you have anything?
I mean, the TLDR, the too long didn't read of it all, is ask for what you need. Like right sizing is important, but I also think that, and this is again your friendly neighborhood accommodations person, one of them. I don't know you. I don't know what you need. I don't know your lived experience. Please come to the table with your lived experience. Um, I don't like to make assumptions. So I think that's my biggest advice, and that's something that I'm encouraging employees to do is if somebody's like, "Oh, I'm requesting something kind of in this vein," I'll say, "Okay, what do you think you need?" Without worrying about the employer interpretation. I think that's a really important part of self-advocacy. And then the other thing, and I will not speak on behalf of everyone, but sometimes I get employees that check in with me if it's a longer case and they're saying, "Hey, I'm sorry to bother you. I just wanted to check in." Please don't feel sorry. Keep me accountable. If you need to check in on the status of how something is going, check in on how the status is going. Obviously, maybe not every day, but I think that that's something that people don't realize that they can do as well is if something is taking a little bit of time, ask for that status update. Just see where things are sitting and if there's anything that you need to do at that time.
Absolutely. And especially for those of us who are disabled and we're a part of that process, it frustrates the hell out of us. I promise you, when it's taking way longer than it should sometimes to get things to happen. But that just, unfortunately, organizational red tape is universal, put it that way. Dennis, what do you think?
So I think with this one, it's like it can be tricky because sometimes like you don't that person with disability do not have the language or understanding of what they need. Because, for example, for me as to who was like late diagnosed with autism and ADHD, I didn't know I was alexithymia or emotional blindness for quite a long time, and I have like poor interoception, so I didn't really know like what my needs are, and sometimes I would blame a lot for my vision when I bump into things or like kind of hit myself, and people always have me what's wrong with you? Or, like, watch where you're going. It's like sometimes like I don't even know. I kind of like internalize ableism to myself and be kind of like processing all that stuff. So oftentimes like I kind of feel for me, it's like identifying what makes me feel safe or what makes me feel comfortable opening up to other people about, or kind of like having other people to talk to about my experiences and having allyship in those way where people can help me process, help me understand myself to be able to ask for what I need because oftentimes I don't even have the language to describe that. And oftentimes like I realize that like understanding like organizations who are very intentional and who will take the time to build a psychologically safe environment or like where there's like a psychological agency, it really is game changing because oftentimes like people with disability or they're very intersectional with other culture, race, or gender queerness or other low income or whatnot that make up who they are. So it could definitely be tough. Like I remember like kind of navigating through various environment and kind of realizing that like just because an organization claims they're inclusive or like or they kind of share identity doesn't mean that they're inclusive at all. And there's like a lot of different factors that has that. So of course, like they may not even know how to support you at all. So it's often very difficult to that. I remember like a positive example was that like I was working for the Autism Society of America like a year ago. Like when I was like I remember on day one, my manager kind of told me and say she was like, "How can I best support you?" And like and all this, and then kind of give me like ways to kind of make uh make a way to kind of support me in various way, but also how they kind of approach it was it's embedded into their culture of psychological safety is their number one priority, and they also kind of was supported on maternity leave and all this stuff like so I kind of watched it how they do what they say they were going to do, and they kind of it's been embedded into different culture and offering like flexibility, like autonomy, but also like in ways that like supported my various needs without me having me to ask for it. I didn't even have to ask for like any sort of accommodation because it's already equipped built in. So I definitely think about like universal design in the workplace and how like we build an environment where you don't have to kind of you could just show up to do your work. And it was like I think it was very easy because for me it's like I didn't really love to do social media work. Although I can capable of doing social media work, but of course like I should need a job at the time, and so they brought me in to do social media work, and so but then they made the job so easy that I actually enjoy doing social media work and actually grow in ways that I learned to analyze social media trends and analyze metric that I would not be able to do. And I would end up hating in other environments. So of course I realized that environment does play a factor to it. So it's just be intentional with it and identify like what makes you feel safe, or you need that to be modeled to you to feel safe in a certain way, and then to be able to navigate those spaces where you can learn to take up space and ask for what you need, as opposed to like just like kind of diving deep into and being like desperate and just putting yourself out there to every single job. Just be intentional, like what my needs are, what are my requirements that would need to thrive in a certain role and certain environment, and just be able to kind of go at that. And then of course, like if you're neurodivergent and or like ADHD autism, where you thrive in interest-based role where you're kind of passionate, you may need to kind of find environment that actually allows you to thrive, that actually allows you to work with your brain. Because oftentimes, like as late diagnosis, you kind of come with skill regression. You have a lot of imposter syndrome that you may be able to do one thing before in the past work environment, but you're not able to do it in a certain environment now. It doesn't mean that you can't do this, Rob. It's just that you need certain understanding from employer that they may need to understand like, hey, you got to do skill regression. They got imposter syndrome that you're struggling to do your job. It's not your fault that you're deficit or anything, that you just kind of need that understanding, that safe space to kind of like, oh, like ask for help, ask for accommodation, ask for support you need, and to kind of like as you kind of get yourself back up and rebuild your skill set from the skill regression, and give yourself like the self-compassion needs time to go through all this stuff, because a lot of the times like it's a lot of trauma, workplace trauma, and like a lot of like grieving that comes with a lot of this stuff, and like that you kind of go through. So give yourself grace and self-compassion and kind of navigate through this accommodation process as well, and asking for what you need and showing up.
Absolutely, Dennis. All right, so we're down to our last 5 minutes, but you actually just transitioned us into a great thing because I'd like to end this on a positive note. And I saw in the chat that people were asking about what their green flags are, like what should they look for in organizations. And again, where all of us kind of have a little bit of a different background on this, but I will definitely say when you have a company that already has things available, that just assumes that you might need something, just assumes that any of their employees might need something and makes them proactively available without asking, you having to even approach them for accommodations. That is a huge thing for me. But there are a lot of different green flags. Leah, what do you say?
Ooh, on the fly. I would say clarity and transparency and communication is big. And then I also think, and this is again tricky given that we've talked about how 85% of folks typically have a non-apparent disability, but I also think that representation speaks
Representation is
at many
huge.
organizations. If people are coming and staying, that's a pretty good green flag that something is going right.
Absolutely. I think definitely view the audience at work and see what you're going to be working with. And if it all looks the same, might not be the best environment for it. What do you think, Julie?
Is the question green flags for companies or specific companies that we see as green flags?
Well, the question in the chat was what green flags to look for to find a company, but by all means, if you've got green flag companies, I am all about supporting them.
Okay. Any company that uses Disclo, I think, is a green flag company, and you can ask that up front, or you can ask Disclo if they're a company who uses them. But I think if they have an accommodation process defined, which you can ask up front, you don't even have to ask it, just do you have an accommodation process? That is oftentimes a green flag. If they use a third party to do it, I think that's a red flag. So if they have it in-house other than Disclow's good. But also, do they show up as who they are? Do they show up too rigid? And not rigid in a corporate way, not rigid in a personality way. But are they showing up how they think they're supposed to show up? Is that how the company expects everyone to show up? Or are they showing up authentically? Because if somebody can show up authentically when they're interviewing you, almost certainly they're allowed to show up authentically other places as well.
Absolutely. What do you think, Stephen?
There we go. Yeah, I agree with Julie. And I also think, even when you're looking through the company website, um, just see if they have an accessibility department, see if they offer any diversity and inclusion program, what events that they do throughout the year or annually, do they give back and to the community? Those sorts of things are really important to look for, and I find those to be green flags in the company.
And it's always legit to ask about corporate social responsibility. In fact, you throw it out there, they just think that you're like smart. But honestly, they should be making that very public. You should absolutely know what these organizations are giving back to the community. I don't care what kind of organization it is. What are they giving back? What are they doing? What do they care about? So we are actually coming up out of time, but this has been an amazing conversation. Just really interesting to hear everybody's different perspectives on, how to represent yourself at work, how to show up at work, and just how to make things happen. And I just really appreciate all of the input and awesome. And Greer, we appreciate you, as we want to definitely point out.
Thank you. Well, this definitely wouldn't have been done without a team effort. So, if it wasn't for all of you, there wouldn't be a summit. So, I'm really grateful that everybody shared their spoons with us today. We're just going to do a really quick closeout, and then everyone's going to go on their way really quickly. So, today, a couple of takeaways that we want you all to walk away with. One is shared language matters. So, how we talk about ability is how culture manifests, right? So, I think we got a lot of examples today from not only the word session this morning, but also from this session, really, especially how Stephen is saying, let's work with person first language. So, ensuring that you're speaking the language that other disabled people or people with disabilities are speaking is very, very important. The next thing is awareness. Today, we just talked about a lot. And that is the first step to making changes, to making an impact, to reworking policies or any sort of processes in your organization that could benefit disabled people more. Tomorrow, we're going to talk more about lived experience. And then finally, inclusion isn't optional. I don't think we have to say this. I think this is something that we all know. And as we learned earlier, I think from Keeley this morning, 90% of companies who do positively promote that they hire disabled people into their teams, it's a good green flag for their customers. So it's definitely a benefit. So today, you heard a lot, you learned a lot. So there's a couple things that we want you to all walk away from. So like we talked about, the whole kind of purpose of the summit is so that you can walk away and start doing something immediately. So we want you to walk away today. We want you to start thinking about one thing that you can do that you could take back to your community or your work to say, hey, this is what I want to do to make things more inclusive for my disabled coworkers or for myself as somebody who lives with a disability, right? Feel free to share those with us on LinkedIn. Feel free to share those in the morning with us as well as we join the session. And then the second one is really just a reflection. So think about the language you use. Think about the assumptions that you have. Think about the biases that you have and how those are coming into play and how they're not only impacting you as a disabled person, but how they're impacting other people. Because we do know that as a disabled person, as somebody with a disability, I have to advocate for myself and my community all at the same time. So tomorrow, like I said, we're going to be focusing on lived experiences and barriers. So we're going to be having a lot of really great conversations. We're kicking the day off with Aubrey Blanche and Lauren Friedman to talk about non-apparent disabilities in the workplace. We've got a really awesome session at 3:45 about neurodivergence. And then we've got some other great topics that are peppered in there. So make sure that you join. The same Zoom link we'll send in the morning, and you'll be able to have all of these sessions with that Zoom link tomorrow. So with that being said, thanks everybody. We're so happy that you were here. We hope you all learned something, and we'll see you in the morning. Have a good one.
Bye, guys.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Come on. Can't just be me and Steven dancing.
Yes, right. Right, Jeff?
I have a question. Hello, Leah?
Oh, someone has a question?
Is it possible if I could see this again? I mean, I
Yep.
only missed 8 minutes, but I would like to see what I missed from the beginning and then take notes on some more things in the meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be sharing all of the recordings after the summit ends.
Okay.
Yep. So you'll get
Okay.
those direct to you. Yeah.
Okay.
No worries. Yeah.
Okay.
We hope to see
Thank
everybody.
you.
Hope to see everybody tomorrow. We are kicking off tomorrow at noon EST.